Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You said May 21st?
No, May 16. Next is Edward Pritchard. What's going on with Mr. Pritchard's cases? He has locals. Did he refuse? Local set tomorrow. We're going to set it Monday. Is he here?
He refused.
Okay, local set, reset May 5th. And then there's Fausto Garcia Quash. That's it for the out-of-state warrants. Thank you, Ms. Romas. Good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now we have the in-state calendar. We have Raiden Stewart. Good morning, Mr. Stewart. You were arrested on a warrant from Broward County. The warrant was issued April 30th of 2025. It says not in custody capias for grand theft auto and grand theft in the third degree. And it says no, and also criminal mischief. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Do you have money to post a bond if they agree to give you one?
No, Judge.
Well, I mean, how much is the bond? The 500?
I don't know.
I have some money, or I can get some.
I think in the afternoon to see if they'll agree to a bond. Ms. Cory, so your office is appointed, reset in the afternoon. We'll see you later. Next is Tmaine Brown. Good morning, Mr. Brown. You have a warrant from Broward County. The warrant was issued April 4th of last year for grand theft, $2,500 bond. And then it says defrauding a financial institution. It says no bond. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. It looks like it's no bond. You've missed court. So I'll reset your case. Out of state, Ms. Cory, I don't know. Do you want to?
This is his first arrest. You should be entitled to a bond if we can reset it for the afternoon, Judge.
I'll see in the afternoon to see what we'll agree to. Next is Louis Pino.
Mr. Pina's present. He speaks English.
You have a warrant from Broward County. It says traffic criminal capias for failure to register vehicle. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Your bond is $1,000. So if you're able to post a $1,000 bond, please do so at the jail you're at. If you don't have money for a bond, you will have to wait up to 15 days for Broward County to pick you up. The reset date here is May 16th to make sure you bonded out or transported. Yes, sir.
I have a lawyer on file for that case, and
So then I want to appoint the public defender's office for you, vacate that appointment, pay $1,000 bond to get out of jail, or wait for them to pick you up. Have a good day. Next is Jamari Taylor. Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
good morning, ma'am.
Arrest warrant from Leon County, Florida. The warrant was issued April 4th of 2025 for driving with a suspended license. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Unfortunately, there's no bond on the warrant. You will have to wait up to 15 days for Leon County to pick you up. I'm resetting your case here for May 16th to make sure you are transported there, sir. And if you have any questions, you can call the public defender's office. Have a good day. Thank you. Colleen Simmons is next. Good morning, ma'am. You have an arrest warrant. It is from Broward County, and the warrant was issued February 24th of 2025 for violation of probation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Thank you. Unfortunately, there's no bond on the warrant, so you will have to wait up to 15 days for, you're gonna have to wait up to 15 days for Broward County to pick you up. They usually come once a week. You shouldn't have to wait that long. The reset date here is May 16th to make sure you are transported. Have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, can I have the cases? Did you get the private lawyer case? You don't have correction, you didn't give any for adjourn? Let me have Levia Elam. I'll get to the private lawyers in a minute. My clerk has to pull the paperwork. Levia Elam.
She has a bench warrant. She'll be going to jail arraignment next.
Okay.
She's coming up.
Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for possession with intent to sell cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church or store. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Ms. Cory, did you have any argument?
Yes, Judge, there's no indication of any activity with Ms.
Possession
Elam.
is okay. And then maybe tap.
Tap alternate bonds. Ma'am, do you have a place to stay or no? Tap. Okay, I'll give her tap with an alternate bond of what, $1,000?
That's fine.
1,000.
Also, I don't think they want her on that property where she was in the tent. So they'll,
There. She has an open petty theft with no future court date, just so you know. Tap alternate bond, $1,000. What's the arraignment date gonna be? Is it gonna be June 2nd?
Monday.
Your arraignment will be June 2nd at 9 a.m. courtroom 27. Have a nice day. Corrections, are you able to bring in Dario Derso in for private attorney?
Page, what number?
Oh, I'm sorry. Page 12. For 31.
I don't have them. I'll let them know.
He's not there yet?
No.
All right, when you get him in, let me know. We have a private lawyer here. Then next we have is Ernest Smith. These are added terms for corrections. I'm calling. That's happening. You have to put on their desk, please.
He has a bench warrant traffic. He'll go next to jail arraignment.
Thank you. Mr. Malov, I know you're here. You don't have to raise your hand on Zoom. You're going to bring your client in and then I'll call the case, please, sir. Good morning, Mr. Smith. You were arrested for written threats to kill or do bodily injury. It's from April 5th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So it's not domestic. Stay away from state, right, or no?
Not domestic.
All right, sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are CD. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school, and place of employment at all times. All right, do you understand the stay away?
Yes, ma'am, I will stay away.
Okay, thank you. No,
Would you consider doing a reduced bond? You won't have the amount for the full bond for
okay.
stand,
How much you want?
5,000 or less. Would you do 3,500?
Look at his writers. I'll set his bonds at $3,500. Stay away from the victim, sir. No texting,
Ma'am.
TikTok or Twitter or X. Thank you. Next is Adrien Reed, page 5. Is he there? Did you get all the private lawyer cases? Oh, okay, well, this guy's sitting here. Attorneys law. You have to get the information. Good morning, Mr. Reed. You were arrested for a case from April 28th. The charge is armed burglary, threats or extortion, and written threats to kill or do bodily injury. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me review for probable cause. Right, sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are JS. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home and school, and place of employment at all times. And stay away from the law office of Ligon, Fodeman, and Suda at 121 Alhambra Plaza, Suite 1505 in Coral Gables, Florida. Do you understand the stay away order?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand the stay away order.
Cory, anything you want to argue?
Nothing regarding probable cause. I would ask if you would consider house arrest, Judge. I don't see any record for him at all.
So the state's requesting that the defendant be held without bond pending an Arthur hearing. I did see a prior arrest in Virginia that was dismissed. And then in DC, there was a year of probation for an assault. Not sure how long he's been in Miami, but based upon these facts, I think holding the defendant would be appropriate.
She's been here in Miami since 2017.
All right. There's probable cause for armed burglary. Count 1 is bond. Count 2, there is probable cause for threats or extortion. That's a $7,500 bond. And count 3 written. Is count 2 and 3 similar?
Yeah, you could split it.
Count 2 will be $4,000, and count 3 written threats to kill or do bodily injury will be $3,500. So you're gonna have to see a division judge, and that judge can have an Arthur hearing to decide whether or not you can be released pending your arraignment or trial. Have a nice day. Jose White, page 7. He has a hold for F24 25433.
He's in custody on the AC.
All right. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for possession with intent to sell cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from 2975 Northwest 45th Street in Miami, Florida. You are not allowed to go to that store, and you must stay away from there. Bond is, I don't know, we'll set it at $10,000. And you'll see your judge tomorrow. Have a nice day. Next we have is Luis Montes. You got our private lawyer ones? Oh, okay. Good morning, Mr. Montes. You were arrested for grand theft of a third-degree felony. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So we're stealing items and beer from Winn-Dixie or alcohol. There's probable cause. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the Winn-Dixie store at 8710 Southwest 72nd Street in Miami, Florida. So he has open cases. It's an added charge, so I'll set the bond. $2,500. Have a nice day. Next is Joseph Trody. Hi, Mr. Trody. Good morning. I saw Jamie yesterday. She says hello. And you shouldn't be going to your mama's house. Yeah, you know your sister Jamie. What are you aggravating your mother for? Anyway, you got arrested for aggravated stalking. So my nurse yesterday at the doctor's office is his sister and said, you may see my brother in court tomorrow. And I'm so happy when I didn't, but you're here today for aggravated stalking. So if you guys want me to get another judge, I will. She didn't tell me much about it, just that her brother will be here and her mom has a restraining order. So Ms. Cory, if you want another judge, I'm happy to do it. And get you somebody else. I told Dave, you don't tell me anything about it. Here. Whatever y'all want.
Judge, I mean,
He's okay with you hanging out with Joe.
okay.
Okay, I just gonna read a stay away order and set a bond. All right, so stay away from your mother, Gloria Shepherd. No contact with her, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone or through third parties. And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times. So you can't go near mom. Don't send her anything for Mother's Day. You understand? Stay away from her. Also, do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. And you must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, Mr. Trody?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I don't think he's eligible for anything. If you had a place to stay, I don't even know if he has an open
He
what?
said he keeps on going back there because he's homeless.
He'll be going to domestic violence next.
I don't think you can get TAP on this one either. Is that right? They're not going to take aggravated stalking.
Then we would just set the bonds. Maybe at some point somebody can assist him with housing.
Just go ask TAP if they'll take it.
TAP's not here.
They're not there. It's not a crime of violence.
Do you
But
have it?
I would want to know that he's got somewhere to go. That they could place him.
We'll stay in there.
I don't know if they're going to take this.
So right now, if Your Honor would set a bond and then maybe at some point, if they can find him some housing, he can get a program.
What? He's going to DV court next?
So he's got an open misdemeanor DV and then he's got a domestic violence warrant.
What do you want me to set the bonds at? $1,000, $1,500?
1,500 is fine.
So I lowered your bond a little. If you're able, maybe the TAP program will agree to take you at a later date, but right now maybe the PD's office can help you and get your referral somewhere. Do you have any medical benefits or SSI or government benefits to go to the hospital? That could also be an alternative because then they can.
No, Judge, he does not.
All right, I'm sorry, sir. Anyway, good luck to you. I hope things improve for you. You have a very nice sister, and I'm sure there's good in you and that you can do better. Okay? Have a nice day. Just stay away from mom for now. When TAP gets here, I'll ask them if they take these, but I don't know. I don't think so. Anyway, next we have is Antoine Smith. Page 15. Good morning. Mr. Smith, you were arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Oh, TAP walked in. TAP, do you take, excuse me, hi, do you take aggravated stalking cases? They don't take them. Okay. Mr. Smith, so you're charged with aggravated assault with a firearm. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
He has a bench warrant. He'll be going next door on the DWLS.
Thank you. Okay, so is it an ag assault or an attempted aggravated assault? I guess I can see the aggravated assault from what he said and holding a firearm.
Yes.
Judge, it says that the,
The file,
What'd you say, Miss Cory?
so Judge, the arrest form is clear that he never pointed the firearm at them, Judge.
Nobody told him he's gonna lie.
I'll light you up while brandishing a firearm. That's an aggravated assault. The defendant does have priors out of county. He may be on probation. If Your Honor gives me a second, I can verify.
Stay away from the alleged victims whose initials are KF and DP. No contact with the alleged victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and stay at least 500 feet away from their home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Because I see, it says, one second.
There's nothing here. No,
Right, he's got priors out of county. It looks like mostly related to his driver's license.
all right, I'll set his bond at $2,500. Good luck to you, sir. Have a nice day.
What did you say? The bond was 2,500, Judge?
Yeah.
It's overstates objection.
Next, page 17, Daniel Gomez.
Judge, who did you call next?
Daniel Gomez.
17, Daniel Gomez, and then I can hopefully call some of the private lawyers cases.
We have the one for the private attorney whenever they're ready.
And we have two more that needs to go to, one DV and one jail arraignment.
Just, is Daniel Gomez one of them? Bring him in.
Yes.
Who's it? Huh? Last night. You got anybody there you can call in and bring in? Who's the other person you want? Huh? I don't know who they want. Who do you want next? How about bring anybody in? Where's the one for the private lawyer? You got Mr. Dario Derso? What's his one? I don't know. Then I'm gonna need also, who's yours? Wayne Weaver? I'm gonna need Wayne Weaver on page 15 as well? We promote, where's Mr.? Good morning, Mr. Gomez. Sir, do you speak English?
Spanish, please.
Sir, you were arrested for possession of methamphetamine, a controlled substance, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Yo, el cargo es posesión de metanfetaminas y posesión de parafernalia para uso de drogas. Le asigno al abogado de la defensa pública.
So
Is there-
tap on this, Judge, and what about, and then he can handle his domestic.
Tap alternate bonds, it will be $1,000 count one and $500 count two.
Le están refiriendo al programa TAP, fianza alterna $1,000 cargo 1, $500 cargo 2.
You have to come to court for your arraignment on June 2nd at 9 a.m. The courtroom is what? I don't know.
Judge Young, 7-3.
Courtroom 7-3. Thank you.
Ok, junio 2 a las 9 de la mañana tiene que venir a corte en el 7º piso, 7-3.
All right, thank you. Corrections, do you have Dario
Gracias.
Derso?
I'm
I don't-
sorry, Judge, who you calling?
For a private lawyer, page 12, Dario Derso, is he there yet?
We have two, yes, he's here, but we have two more that needs to go to jail arraignment that we asked for, which was Michael White,
What
Dante Fry.
What page?
They're number 41 and 47 on the calendar.
41 is on page 15. Mr. Fry, are you Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry is here whenever you're ready.
You need- Who's the other one? Page what? What page is White on?
Michael Fry, I'm sorry, Michael White and Dante Fry.
Mr. White is on page 16.
All right, good morning. Is this Mr. Devonte Fry? Sir, you were arrested for 2 cases dealing in stolen property from March 30th from the Daily Miami, and then dealing in stolen property and false verification of a pawnbroker. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me review for
I
probable.
show he's a VFOX judge. He has a new domestic violence warrant. He's gonna go to DV next on.
Thank you. All right, you need to leave the courtroom. I'm sick of this. If you sit outside, we'll call your case or put it on silent. Okay, you can't do this. I get distracted. And if anybody's here, make sure your cell phone's on silent, please. All right, so on F-25, 8769, Ms. Cory, did you have any argument?
No, Judge.
There's probable cause for stolen property. That bond is $7,500. And then the other case, F25-8768. There's probable cause for dealing in stolen property and false verification of a pawnbroker. I'll set him 2,500 count 1 and 5,000 count 2. Have a nice day, sir. Oh, and also, do you give me a stay away order for 1 minute,
No.
sir? Okay. You
I
didn't give me
didn't do it, Judge.
All right, fine. The next person is Michael White, page 16.
I think pretrial with no drive order.
Okay, good morning, sir. You were arrested for driving with a suspended license, third or subsequent conviction. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charge. Pretrial services alternate bond is $2,500 and no driving unless you have a valid license. Have a nice day. Corrections, can we now bring in Dario Derso? Page 12, his attorney is here. Good morning, Ms. Tmaine.
Hi, Judge.
I have to do the correction cases first. That's why I don't call the private lawyer first.
Judge, we've been doing this long enough. I know the routine, and thank you very much.
Good morning. This is Mr. Derso. Sir, you were arrested for video voyeurism and your attorney is here. This is a case from September 6th of 2023. So Mr. Mela, if you want to announce your name and say hello to your client.
Good morning, Judge. May it please the court, Robert Maleb on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Derso. Judge, both of his parents are watching. I've been retained on this case for almost a year. We've been patiently waiting to hear from Detective Cruz, who reached out to me. We coordinated a surrender. My client is definitely not a flight risk. I think that he has demonstrated that by not leaving the jurisdiction over this period of time while this matter was addressed first at the University of Miami. In any event, Judge, I think that this isn't a case where you could feel comfortable just granting an ROR.
No, I don't think so. I'll set a bond and I'm like,
Well,
What-
Judge,
The most important thing is he stays away from the alleged
I don't
victim.
know what the state's position is. If they have no objection to an RR, it's okay. But sir, I'm ordering that you stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are CG. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes.
Judge, if he's a student at the university and they have inadvertent contact while he's in an academic setting, can you?
Okay, I can modify the stay away order. Stay at least 10 feet away from the victim. So you're allowed to attend university. You go to University of Miami?
Yes.
Okay. You can attend college or your school at University of Miami. He has to stay at least 10 feet away from the victim.
Judge, I didn't hear what the state said about bond.
State, do you have an objection to an ROR? Do you want me to set $1,000 bond? It's a 2023 case.
Okay, thanks, Judge.
Judge, I'll do $1,000 is good.
Okay. $1,000 bond. Have a nice day. You have a good lawyer. Listen to what he tells you. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Nice to see you.
Next is Wayne Weaver, page 15. There's a private attorney in court. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I haven't seen the A form yet.
Can we just pass it a moment, please? You want to make a copy?
I don't have Wayne Weaver yet.
Can you get him? She'll make you a photograph. Okay. Nicholas Jones on page 5. Who are you? Come on. His fiance is in court. Is he here on page 5? But there's other people on Zoom too that are calling it what he cases.
Judge, do we have any more out of turns? Can the clerk call us to give it to us, please, so we can know if we have them or not?
Page 5, Nicholas Jones. Page 12, Kareem Jones. And then Cory Jenkins, victims on the phone. Page, I don't know, page 6. Those are the 3 that I have. And then we'll get to the ladies. There's people here for ladies on Zoom.
Judge, we have Mr. Jenkins on page 12.
Cory Jenkins, they must not be here. Have a seat.
I,
Cory Jenkins, okay.
What page is he on?
You were arrested for
Judge,
robbery.
what page is he on so I can find him?
Page 6. Hello, is anybody there?
yes, ma'am.
Hi, Miss Green, can you hear me? Good morning, ma'am. So we're here now in court. I'll swear you in a minute. Mr. Jenkins, you were arrested for a case from yesterday, robbery by sudden snatching and battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Miss Green, can you raise your right hand and be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do.
Thank you. What is your name, please?
My name is Colleen Simmons.
Are you afraid of Cory Jenkins? All right, so do you want a stay away order?
Right now, because I just found out it's a baby involved, so
Judge, I cannot understand what she's saying.
She's afraid of him a little. She found out something yesterday. I don't know what she said. Ma'am, do you want the court to order him to stay away from you?
no.
Who's telling you to say no? All right. I don't know. Why did you come to court today? Why'd you come to court today?
What? Hello?
Yeah.
Because the state attorney office called me and told me about me being a victim that they wanted him to be in court when he go to bond hearing.
They told you they wanted you to be in court when he goes to bond hearing?
Well, we always give the information in case they want to come on.
They told me, Miss Green, Cory goes to court today and we wanted you to be in bond hearing so you can let the judge know what you want to be done.
So what do you want?
I can't hear what she's saying, Judge.
Tell us the state attorney called her and told her he's going to be in court today and to come to court so we can know to see what she wants. What do you want, ma'am? I don't know. Let me review this for probable cause.
Hello?
Yes.
I can't hear because y'all phone sound low.
Who are you? I'm not doing this on the phone. I'm just not going to do it.
So if Your Honor would just set a bond issue to stay with him.
Let me review for probable cause. There's probable cause for robbery by sudden snatching and battery. I am ordering that you stay away from Charlene Green, the alleged victim.
Yes,
Judge, my
ma'am.
understanding is they don't live together.
Oh, we don't live together, ma'am. No, we don't.
Miss Green, did you ever live with Mr. Jenkins or do you have children together? Was she there? You're not responding. No, she hung up. Oh, okay, she hung up. State?
I mean, I thought I heard her say something about a baby involved. I don't know if she's pregnant. They marked it as DV. If Your Honor would issue the DV stay order.
From Starlene Green? All right.
Because
Miss Green. Miss Green, do you have children?
Here.
Hello, Miss Green, have you ever lived with Mr. Jenkins, or do you have children together?
I just found out I'm pregnant.
Oh, you're pregnant. Congratulations. Is Mr. Jenkins the father?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Congratulations. You're going to be a father. So I can do a domestic stay away order. So, sir, stay away from Charlene Green. No contact with her, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Set upon, is he eligible for a program? Pre-trial take him or no? Why not?
I'd ask for a pre-trial, Judge, if you don't want to do that. He does not have funds for a bond.
Does he, he's not
Wasn't
being,
positively ID'd.
do you have anything?
I don't see anything crazy that would disqualify him.
All right, pretrial services, alternate bond. Count one, robbery by sudden snatching will be $2,500. Count two, battery is $1,000. Okay, thank you. Have a nice day. Miss Green, if he comes around, you call the police, he'll get rearrested and then he'll be locked up in jail until his trial. And you can call the state with any other questions. Thank you for coming in. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, now we have, are you ready with Wayne Weaver? Is he there or no?
You have Nicholas Jones that you asked for, Judge?
Nicholas Jones. I don't think Wayne Weaver's there. That's the problem. And Nicholas Jones, please. For grand theft.
Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones is here.
Mr. Jones, you were arrested for grand theft of a vehicle. It says first-degree felony, but I don't see a value. And then possession of a controlled substance, benzonate. Are those the pearls? Yeah, I think they're the pearls for cough medicine. And then possession of crystal meth, a controlled substance. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
He said there was Suboxone, so maybe possession of a prescription drug without the prescription. He's from Tennessee.
Who are you, ma'am?
I'm his fiance.
Oh, your fiance is in court. Okay. Count one, there's probable cause for grand theft of a vehicle, a third-degree felony.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
I have the contract from the dealership if you would like to look at it.
No, I don't. That's not part of the arrest affidavit.
The victim is listed as a dealership, so I don't know if he defaulted on payments.
It says here, he said he purchased the vehicle and he had 7 days to return the vehicle and he didn't return it. That's something happened. He must have defaulted on it. All right. There's probable cause for count one. Count two is possession of a prescription drug without a prescription. And count three, there's probable cause for possession of the drug paraphernalia, I believe. Yeah, he had a pipe with crystal meth residue. So what do you want me to do in terms of his release?
Since he's not local, set a bond.
Okay, $1,000, count one, grand theft, count two, possession of the prescription drug without a prescription will be $1. It's cough medicine. And count three, possession of the controlled substance, possession of drug paraphernalia. Oh, they charge him with 2 counts. They also charge him with the crystal meth residue. Count three, I'll set it at $500, and count four, possession of drug paraphernalia is $500. So the total bond is $2,001. Okay, I lowered the bond for you.
We have Mr. Weaver.
Have a nice day. Good luck to you. Ma'am, you can contact the bondsman to get him out.
Thank you.
Calling up now Wayne Weaver, private attorney.
Good morning again, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Hugo Apollonius on behalf of.
Where's the A form for Wayne Weaver, please? Thank you. Second, what is your name, sir?
Hugo Apollonius, APELL,
What is your last name?
APELLANIZ.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Weaver. You were arrested for aggravated battery, a second-degree felony, and false imprisonment. This is a case from May 17th of 2024. Your attorney is here. Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Aquatic.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to argue regarding probable cause?
No, ma'am, I have no probable cause arguments, just argument for bonds.
Is the victim here or no?
I don't see her, no, ma'am.
Do you currently live with Sabrina Weaver?
She's moved out of the residence.
Thank you. Okay, so your case, what would you like?
Yes, ma'am. I'm asking respectfully, Your Honor, if the court would release him on his recognizance. There's a pending case in Broward at the moment right now that's from March of this year. After that case, he's on an ankle monitor for that case. It was actually just recently filed 2 days ago. I've been in communication with a detective in this case. He initially told me this was a misdemeanor case. It doesn't mention it in the A form, but I did arrange for Mr. Weaver to turn himself into the Miami Gardens Police Department. And I've been in communications with the officer. There's a lot of ongoing litigation. There is a pending, after the arrest, there's a pending domestic violence injunction case in Broward County that was recently transferred to Dade County because there's another filed domestic violence injunction there. In addition, there's a pending dissolution of marriage. So there's just been a slew of litigation. He's not a danger to, he knows, he's well aware that he's not to have any contact with Miss SW, which are her initials, which is his wife. Again, he's going to be reporting. We've spoken with his pretrial officer in Broward. They know about this case. He's going to be going back to Broward County to get the ankle monitor placed back on his leg as soon as he's released from custody. So and again, there are pending temporary injunctions at this time. So he's not going to be approaching her. He knows not to stay away from her. In addition, as the court noted, this is a delayed report from May of last year. So that's why I'm asking the court to release him.
Okay. Dave, you have an objection?
So the victim actually is here. I did promote her to a panelist. Ma'am, if you want to talk to the judge, you've got to unmute, turn on your camera. The judge did find probable cause and will issue a stay away order.
I'm going to do the stay away order now, actually. Your order to stay away from Sabrina Weaver, the alleged victim. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And no contact with the alleged victim, Ms. Weaver, through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Weaver, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
So she wrote in the chat, she doesn't have anything to say. So ma'am, if you want to say something to the judge, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Just let us know.
No, I don't have anything.
Okay, thank you so much for coming in, ma'am.
State, I don't know what he's asking me to ROR.
I think a bond is appropriate.
That it asks for a $2,500 bond on the other count. I think there's a $2,500 already on the false imprisonment.
So
it asks for $2,500 on the AGBAT.
I don't mind. Count one, aggravated battery, I'll set that at $2,000. And count two, false imprisonment is $1,000. So the total bond is $3,000.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for coming in, Ms. Weaver. Stay in touch with the state attorney's office. Sir, you have a good lawyer. Listen to what he tells you. Most importantly, stay away from Ms. Weaver, your estranged wife or soon-to-be ex-wife. Thank you. Have a nice day, ma'am. Now, who am I calling next? Page 12, Kareem Jones. Good morning, Mr. Jones. You were arrested for possession of cannabis more than 20 grams, armed possession with intent to sell cannabis, and openly carrying a weapon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. What do you want me to do? You selling pot? Okay.
I do see some criminal history out of Pennsylvania.
What'd you say, Miss?
I see some criminal history out of Pennsylvania as recent as as recent as February.
Oh.
Can you repeat what you said?
So he's got some criminal, hold on. I see criminal history out of state, but it says Kareem Man, so maybe it's not the right person. Hold on.
Health services,
Did
alternate.
you just see how long he's been in Miami?
How long have you lived in Miami, sir? How long?
This is my first time getting arrested.
Is he lived here all his life? His answer.
Okay.
For all alternate bond, count 1 will be $500, count 2 will be $1,000, and count 3 is $150. Have a nice day. You can get out for free with pre-trial.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you want to wait, they'll give him the number to verify where he lives. Okay? Yeah. Next, Albra Bayum, page 19.
Added charges.
Anything we can do to bring him in quicker? Excuse me? That's the app. Oh, you gave the mom's number, you gotta get the name.
Danielle Roundtree.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Bynum. You were arrested for burglary to an occupied structure and battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. State?
It's the state's position that there's probable cause for a burglary with a battery. The state did file a motion for pretrial detention.
So the state is arguing there's probable cause for burglary with an assault or battery. This is a case from April 6th where it's alleged you went into the victim's home without permission or invitation, struck the victim, threw her down, struck her with a belt. She was able to break free. She exited the home and then he pushed her down again. There's probable cause, I believe, for burglary with an assault or battery for count 1. So the state, you're ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are PY. No contact with the alleged victim, PY, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact.
Not know who PY is.
It says Paulette, the lady who you allegedly used to go out with. Anyway, no contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly. Is this Mr. Bynum?
Yes,
ma'am.
Okay. The picture looks a little different, but okay, it's an added charge. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order?
I don't, ma'am. I don't at all, because this is
Judge-
my home and this is
Judge,
my
on page-
co-defendant
on
and why I'm
page 2,
here.
It says that Miss Young no longer wants to proceed with the case and signed a refusal to prosecute form
I see
on
that.
April 30th, which was yesterday, Judge.
What I can do maybe is a house arrest. I'm not gonna hold him when it has that in there.
If she
Sir, do you have to go to that lady's house to get any of your personal belongings?
Judge, he indicates he pays, it's his house and he pays the bills, Judge.
That's why I get my mail.
Well, you can't go there. Go to the post office and change your address. Do you have a place to stay somewhere else? I'll give him house arrest if he does.
Your Honor, we're just,
Miss Cory, does he have anywhere else he can stay?
he's been on a bunch of other cases though, Judge.
All right. Anyway, that being said, I'll set a bond. She don't want to prosecute. I'm not going to detain him on it. Count one, burglary.
Judge, he indicates he has her phone number. Can I have staff ask her?
Talk
if
to
she
her
wants
every
to
day
log
on
in?
the phone.
Can I ask and see if my staff can reach out to her to see if she wants to be heard, Judge?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I'll pass the case a moment. Rolando Miranda Valdez, page 20.
I had to charge it.
Corrections, he's coming.
All right, good morning, Mr. Miranda Valdez. Do you speak English? Yes.
Spanish?
Add in charge.
You were arrested for battery by a detainee on another detainee. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Agresión corporal de un detenido hacia otro detenido. Le asigno al abogado de la defensa pública.
There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond is $2,500. Have a nice day.
Hay motivo fundado por el cargo, la fianza, $2,500. Gracias, que tenga buen día.
Thank you. Next is Jordan Brown, page 20.
He's out on felony bond F20-2570.
Good morning, Miss Brown. How you doing? You were arrested for an attempted armed robbery with a weapon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Just give me a moment to review the arrest affidavit for probable cause. Okay, so this is from March 4th. I guess the date didn't go as planned. Anyway, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are GC. No contact with that alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the alleged victim, the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times. So what is it, attempted strong arm robbery?
No, there's a weapon, not a deadly weapon, but a weapon.
What is the spray?
Yeah,
I don't think that's a weapon, Judge.
it was used the victim was temporarily blinded. It's a weapon, it's just not deadly.
But whenever somebody's charged with spraying somebody with pepper spray, it's always battery.
Right, so it's just not a deadly weapon. You can batter someone with a pen. So the pen would be a weapon, not a deadly weapon.
Okay, I'll find probable cause for an attempted armed robbery with a weapon. What do you want the bond for? He's being held on something else. I'll set it at $3,500. Have a nice day.
The whole?
Isn't it added charge?
No, I have him out on felony bond, Judge. It says he was found incompetent, though.
Let him see his judge tomorrow, Judge.
Roll for the division judge. What's the case number, please?
F20-2570.
Page 21, Rowley Flowers.
He refused, Judge.
Okay.
He's got lots of battery on his detainee cases. I'm score you honor his presence.
We'll waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence. There's probable cause. $2,500 bond. Next, Will Xavier Jones, page 21.
Refused.
Refused.
There's no bond on an attempted murder.
We'll waive his presence.
Waive presence.
Yes.
There's probable cause for the charge. Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence, bond is $2,500. Next is Ronald Williams, page 22.
Refused.
What?
He refused.
We'll waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence. There's probable cause. $2,500 bond. Next is Willie Thomas, page 22.
He refused.
We'll waive his presence.
The public defender's office waives presence. Yeah, there's probable cause. Sorry, it's a little hard to read that one. $2,500 bond. Next is Marcelo Cantillano, page 23.
Refused.
We'll waive his presence.
Appoint the Public Defender's Office waived presence. There's probable cause, $2,500.
Victim's name is Marvin McDonald.
And Florimond, page 23.
Refuse.
Wait, it's present.
Public Defender's Office waived presence. There's probable cause, $2,500 bond. Next, Trevon Jones, page 24.
Refuse.
Wait, it's present.
Appoint the Public Defender's Office waived presence. There's probable cause. $2,500 bond. Now, page 1, we have Danielle Applegate.
Judge, if you want to go back on Mr. Bynum, we can.
Okay, back on Mr. Bynum.
Wait, Mr. Bynum. Judge, we were not able to reach Ms. Paulette.
All right. Anyway, Mr. Bynum, the stay away order stays in place. Stay away from the victim PY. No contact with her directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by phone, fax, or email. Stay at least 500 feet away from her home, school, and place of employment. Don't use or possess any firearms, guns, weapons, or ammunition. I'll set a bond. Count 1 will be $5,000 and count 1 will be $4,000 and count 2 will be $1,000. Have a nice day. Next on page 1 is Danielle Applegate. And we have some people here. I think I'm gonna. Huh? No, on Zoom, there's no one. No. The 24-page calendar. Is he today?
I'll have to use him on. Yeah.
Somebody wasn't truthful. Somebody, I had to go get my kid's graduation yesterday. I had to get my daughter at 2. It's starting at 3.
How was it? Nice.
It was nice. Do you have Danielle Applegate? Arrested for grand theft and 3 counts of fraudulent use of personal identification. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office for you. I believe there's probable cause for the charges.
She's from Connecticut. There was an arrest for larceny in January. I don't have the disposition. Requesting a bond.
Count 1, there's probable cause for the grand theft, and counts 2, 3, and 4. It's probable cause for unlawful possession of fraudulent identification. Count 1, grand theft, is $2,500. Count 2 will be $2,500. And count 3 and 4, I'll make it $1,500 for count 3 and $1,000 for count 4. Good day, ma'am. Next case is Muela Galloway, page 1. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for, it says, indecent exposure, second or subsequent offense, and obstructing the highway. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
It talks about a prior arrest. It doesn't talk about a conviction. She's only 19 years old. The A form says she's homeless. She's gotta do better. I know it looks like she's originally from Texas.
Go home to
Maybe
your
she wants to go back home.
Judge, I'd ask you to find no probable cause for count one. I don't think it's a crime to wear a thong.
It says her
Thongs are on the beach all the
entire,
time, Judge, so just seeing somebody's buttocks, I mean, that's everywhere in
it
Miami.
says her entire butt and breasts were exposed.
If she's wearing a thong, then your entire buttocks is not gonna be shown, and
But
your-
usually you cover it with clothing. You wear it like under something.
not on a beach, you don't, and this is Miami. I think maybe the police need to go arrest everybody on South Beach.
This is not the beach. She's, looks like she should have just been charged with engaging in prostitution, but I'll find probable cause and set a bond.
That's over defense objection,
tap-
Judge. There's no
Wait,
basis for an indecent exposure for having a thong on in Miami.
But it says her breasts are exposed. You gotta cover them
It
up.
doesn't say the entire breast, it says breasts. So depending on what kind of
You wanna have a
bikini
PC
you
here?
wear.
I mean, I think there's enough. I'm okay with reducing the bond.
Nonsense. I'm giving her tap. Tap alternate bond, count one. Isn't that a misdemeanor charge? Is there an indecent?
Yeah, they're both made. So they charge count one as a felony with a prior conviction, but it just talks about a prior arrest.
Count one, there's probable cause for indecent exposure. And count two, a misdemeanor. And I don't know if it's an M1 or an M2. I would think it's an M1. Anyway, count two, there's probable cause for obstructing a highway. Sorry, tap alternate bonds to $1 count one and $1 count two. You have to come back to court for your arraignment on June 2nd at 9 a.m. Courtroom 2-4, Judge Lopez. You know, you're a young lady. It's dangerous out there. Engaging in prostitution is a dangerous thing to do. You don't know who that John's going to be and what problems they're going to give you in life, whether it's contracting a disease or even they can give you drugs, they can try and kill you. There's other ways to get by in life. Maybe TAP can help you get on your feet or place you in a shelter where you can get on your feet, or maybe somebody can help you get back to your family and they can assist you. But this lifestyle is very dangerous, and I'm sure you want better for yourself. Good luck to you. Or you can be like an OnlyFans model and safe when you do it from your house, I guess. Tony told me what an OnlyFans model does. Thank you, Tony, for educating me. Okay, next is Jada Brownley. Page 2.
Wait, there's a detective who wanted to be heard on this case. I'll promote Detective Perrette, who does undercover work, so I don't think he's gonna be able to turn on his camera.
I don't know what you just said. You're like, it's very low.
Sorry, Judge, there's a detective here. I'm gonna promote him, no camera, because he does undercover work.
Okay. Good morning, Miss Brownley. You were arrested for possession of a short barrel rifle, shotgun, or machine gun and child neglect. This is a case from February 19th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
I don't think we can hear them, Your Honor.
What?
Good morning, Detective.
I'm trying to read this arrest affidavit. Okay, I had a chance to review the arrest affidavit. Who's it? Detective, do you want to raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. What is your name and what police agency do you work for?
Detective Perret, City Miami Police Gang Unit.
Oh, hi, Detective Perret. How you doing?
I'm doing good, and yourself, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, why are you here? What did you want to tell us?
I wanted to request for a stay away order, elevated bond, and ankle monitor for Ms. Brownlee. We conducted our investigation and determined that she's been allowing gang members to store machine guns and narcotics in the same residence where her and her children live at. And one of her child is nonverbal, show signs of nonverbal autism. And I think it creates a hazardous environment for the children because they're exposed to machine guns that are readily accessible to them.
So,
Unsecured.
question. This is an incident from February. Did DCF remove the children?
DCF responded yesterday when we apprehended Brownlee, and they took possession of one of the victims. The other victim, Brownlee already sent that victim off to like a different set of family up in Orlando.
All right, I understand. Thank you. Ms. Corey, did you have any questions for Detective Parrott?
Yes, Detective Parrott, you're indicating that you learned of some information that Miss Brownlee is storing these guns and drugs. Where did you get this information from that you're alleging today?
We got that information from messages inside of a phone.
And whose phone was that?
The co-defendant's phone. The father of her child, another who's also an associate of a gang.
There was also guns recovered at the house, correct?
Yes, ma'am. A Draco that was used in multiple shootings and a machine gun, and the guns were unsecured, readily accessible to children, and the children were at the house.
And where was the Draco found?
The Draco and the machine gun were found together on the balcony of the apartment, and they had a blanket that covered it like semi like covered was on top of it. But at any point, any child could have went and grabbed the Draco and the machine gun.
When you arrived for the search warrant, well, actually, when you arrived on February the 19th.
Finding probable cause.
There is sustained. There's probable cause. You have anything
Well, Judge, can I ask a question? I think it's an important question.
It's not a deposition.
Pardon?
You can ask one more question. This isn't a deposition.
I'm not taking a deposition. I had one question I wanted to ask, Judge. I think it's an important question. On February the 19th, the gang task force arrived at the home, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your report, you indicated the co-defendant jumped off the balcony?
That's two questions.
If she can ask that, it's okay.
Yes, the co-defendant jumped off the balcony.
Okay. And so do you know how those guns got onto the balcony?
No, but it was unsecured and readily accessible to children.
Were the children on the balcony at the time?
No, when the door was open, the children were in the living room next to the balcony.
Judge, there's nothing indicating that these guns that were on the balcony were in reach of the children. They're saying that someone jumped off the balcony when the police arrived and that guns were found on the balcony and the kids were in a separate area. So there's nothing indicating that guns were laying around for little children to pick up.
Okay, you have to get, the guns had to go through the apartment to get to the balcony, which is next to where the children are. There is probable cause for child neglect. That being said, I'm entering a stay away order from the two children whose initials are KB and ST. No contact with these two children, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with them through social media or other electronic means, and stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home, daycare, or school at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. In the event there is an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case, then any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact, visitation, and custody shall supersede or replace this court's order. Do you understand the stay away order, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. For dependency court says takes precedence over this order. That being said, I'm not going to increase her bond. I don't know. She has no priors. You want house arrest? She's 22. Does she have money for a bond? There's probable cause for count 1 and count 2.
She can post a bond, Judge.
All right. Count 1 is $7,500 and count 2, the child neglect, is $2,500. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Did she get the income monitor?
No. Why should it?
Oh, okay.
There's no priors. It's obviously, I don't know if it's her or the boyfriend up to problems, but he has no priors here. I set a bond. Thank you for coming in, Detective.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next, we have Christina Benny, page 2. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for 2 cases. One is felony battery from September 15th of 2024, and it's another charge, felony battery, September 15th, 2024. They both say the same date and time. Okay, I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me review. Do they just file the 2 A forms that are the same because they look identical? Huh?
The arrest warrant and
Oh, is there an arrest warrant? Oh, here's an arrest warrant. Also, the A forms are the same. Okay, the arrest warrant is for F254187. All right, I got it. So one is F254187 is felony battery. Let me see what it says.
It looks like, Judge, is it the same? Let me check the police case numbers.
Yeah.
So I think it should actually be an aggravated battery and maybe set the bond on the warrant case since that's the lower case number.
All right, so there's probable cause for aggravated battery. Otherwise, it's felony battery. Victim had to get stitches. She held the victim down while the co-defendant struck the victim in the head and face repeatedly. So this all says the same thing. All right, what do you want me to do? Set it on the F25
On the warrant, since it's a lower case number.
187. I'll set a bond on this case. It's probable cause for an aggravated battery. $7,500 bond. And ma'am, stay away from the alleged victim. His initials are CL. No contact with the alleged victim, CL, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school, and place of employment at all times. What do you want me to do with F25 6765? Dollar and ROR?
ROR.
Okay. In this other case, it'll be an ROR. Next is April Floyd. There's somebody here for her on Zoom. I don't know who's here for. I don't think it's the victim.
It may be the victim's relative who has custody of the victim.
Oh, okay. If you want to promote them, you can. They have to raise their hand. Who's here for April Floyd? You got to raise your hand on Zoom. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for strong arm robbery, battery by strangulation, and felony battery. This is a case from April 18th of 2025. I will appoint the public.
Ms. Floyd indicates she has an attorney.
You have a lawyer?
Yes. Who's your attorney? Who is it? Rashad. Rashad. Do you know Rashad's last name?
Yeah, I spoke to somebody that said they was gonna contact him.
I don't see a Rashad.
Hello, who are you, ma'am? Miss Gator, who are you? I can't hear you. You got to unmute. Ma'am, you have to unmute.
I have the phone number for her attorney. She doesn't know the last name, but she knows the first name.
There we go, Ms. Gator. Can we hear you?
Yes,
Hey, ma'am. How are you related to Miss Floyd?
I'm good. How are you? I'm the aunt for my niece, Alexis Luster.
Okay, and for the child.
You're the child's dad's sister?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is the child living with you now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does mom see the child or speak to the child?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I think it's more like child abuse. She's trying to child excessive corporal punishment.
So what are we doing about the lawyer situation, Judge?
What's the name of your lawyer?
His first name is Rashad. She has a phone number, but she does not know his last name. The phone number is 786-531-3102.
Can I have the phone, please, to call Attorney Rashad and see if he wants to come in? Seven 86531-3102. I think that was a good number. It sounded like a train. What's that phone number again?
786-531-3102.
That's right, yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, hi, is your name Rashad? That's not him. 786-531-3102. So, ma'am, you do hire an attorney?
Yes,
What kind of lawyer did you hire? Because he didn't come to court.
it's in my phone. The
What?
number that I just gave her is the number to call Rashad. That's the only number that I know.
It was a man who answered. He said he wasn't an attorney.
Right, that's the number to call Rashad because he has the number for Rashad.
Oh, you gotta call him and get the number for Rashad. You wanna call him back? I don't think he knew who Rashad was. We asked him.
Oh, he knew.
Huh?
This person know the number for the shop.
Yeah, you want to see? He's gonna hang up on me. Okay. Yeah, Rashad. I don't got a phone number for Rashad. I don't know who the lawyer is. I got a number. He answers the phone. This is Rashad. So you want to waive the lawyer's presence? You want me to reset it in the afternoon? And I'll give you Rashad's number because he answered and said it was Rashad. It was his voicemail. 954-801-4673. Yeah. That's the version.
Can you repeat that, Judge? 954?
954-801-4673. And a lawyer who answers a phone like that, unless that was his personal phone. Anyway, that being said, do you want to waive a lawyer's presence and I'll set a bond now, or you want me to reset it in the afternoon to give you a chance to have a lawyer present in court?
I would like to set a bond now, please.
Okay. So I am entering a stay away order from your daughter whose initials are AL. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, and school at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court. In the event there is an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case, then any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact, visitation, and custody shall supersede or replace this court's order. Do you understand the stay away order, ma'am?
Say that last. Yes.
Okay, fine. So
I don't know if Ms. Gator has anything else to say, Judge. And there is probable cause for John to set a bond. The victim's 17, she's turning 18 in a few months.
there is a felony battery. It could be, it's child abuse. I don't know. I was gonna give a pre-pro.
So the felony battery, Judge, is because of
I know.
nose is fractured.
Do you have money to post the bond?
Not really, but
It's excessive corporal punishment. Anything you want to say, Ms. Gator? No?
Yes, Judge. My niece has not been able to get back in the house to get any of her belongings. She graduates in 3 weeks. She doesn't have anything.
Why can't you give her the stuff for your daughter?
that wasn't the problem at all.
Reed. She
reached out
said
to
that
her
she
to
couldn't get
stop
anything
it.
out of the house.
So the lady that she's talking to, my daughter doesn't even know her. She hasn't even been in her life, never, ever. This is the first time.
I don't care. She's there now to trying to help her. Better than your daughter
Exactly.
being in DCF or in the street.
She wasn't never in the street. She was at my with who she knows. She was never with her ever in life.
They
I
had
don't
to
even know
Uber
her.
get her.
So Judge, I don't think we're gonna be able to resolve all of this here, but now the defendant knows that the daughter wants her stuff, so maybe she can facilitate it, her daughter getting it.
Make arrangements so that Miss Gator can pick up her stuff.
I don't know, Miss Gator. If I can give it to whom I know that could come to the house, that's perfectly fine. Like I told DCF, my nephew was gonna come and basically get her school clothes. Her, I don't know her at all. I don't know none of these people at all. My daughter at all.
The DCF's involved. They're gonna have to do a home study on the home.
Yes, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
I'll give her pretrial with an alternate bond. Count 1. The strong robbery. It's like child abuse. All right, count 1 will be $1,500. Count 2, the battery by strangulation, which I think is really child abuse. I'll just set it at battery by strangulation. I'll make that $1,500. And count 3, the felony battery will be $5,000. So you can get it out for free with pretrial or post a bond of $8,000. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Gator, thank you for coming in.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Good luck to you. Thank you. Next is Andre McGregor on page 4. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for 1 count of attempted second-degree murder, 1 count of use of a firearm during a felony, armed criminal mischief, throwing or shooting a deadly missile, and possession of a firearm in violation of a domestic violence injunction. This is a case from April 23rd. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So I need a moment to review the arrest affidavit for probable cause. Okay. State any argument? I'm sorry, Ms. Corey, any argument you want to have or no?
Yes, Judge, I would ask that you find no probable cause the arrest form indicates Mr. McGregor contacted the police to advise him that there was a shooting, there was an incident. He indicated where his location was, that he went over to the tire shop. The police found him there. He met with the police. This incident happened on over a week ago, on April the 23rd. So he did indicate to the police what happened and was cooperative with them, Judge. So for the police to write that he had an opportunity and that he didn't contact the police, that doesn't make sense. He contacted the police and indicated the facts of the case, Judge, and that he was acting in self-defense as the alleged victim pointed a gun in his direction.
All right. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from Scott Brett, the alleged victim. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So the victim's car had 5 bullet holes on the passenger side, damage to the passenger window, 2 bullet holes in the front windshield. I think there would be
Judge, it looks like a classic self-defense. If somebody stops and
He's
pulls out a
following
gun
the
and points it in your direction, are you supposed to wait and see if you're dead first?
the victim did not shoot at him. And your
He says he
client,
pointed a silver handgun at him, Judge.
you
That's
what?
his defense.
And on page 2, it says a victim placed the van in park, exited the driver's side, and pointed a silver handgun in his direction.
There's no statement here by the victim. State? Isn't that odd?
Yeah. It says,
It's overlapping. All right, so it said stay away from the alleged victim, Scott Brett, and no contact with him directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. Stay at least 500 feet away from his home, school, and place of employment. I don't know.
you want me to bring the officer in, Judge?
Good, because I don't know if there's probable cause for count 2, 3, there's no value for the criminal mischief. 4, there's probable, I don't know if it was occupied at the time, the vehicle. Count 4.
It was. The defendant got out of the car and opened fire on the victim's vehicle.
I thought the
The
defense.
victim placed the van in park and exited the driver's side and pointed
Okay, I
a
see what
handgun
you're
in his
saying.
direction.
So I don't know if it was occupied for count 4, and count 5, there's probable cause. So reset for probable cause hearing as to counts 1 and 4.
Just to get the victim's version of the story.
Was car occupied at the time of the shooting? So let's find out. I don't know, and I'll reset it for that, okay? Next is Brian Slemp. We're on page 4. Oh, moving so slow today. Feels like I'm here forever. Oh, this. Good morning, Mr. Slem. You are arrested for grand theft, a third-degree felony. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So there's probable cause.
Oh, that's for the
Grand theft from the curtilage. There's no value, but it's grand theft.
It says 1500 second line.
What? Oh,
1500 second line.
okay, but he should have been charged for the curtilage.
Burglary, yeah.
Stay away from 910 West Avenue in Miami Beach, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that location. You must stay away from there.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been living here in Miami?
A little over 3 years.
Okay, tap alternate bond, $2,500. So I'm gonna give you a date to come back to court. It's gonna be June 2nd at 9 a.m. Courtroom 25. Have a nice day. Next is Dante Johnson. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. So you were arrested for battery on a person 65 or older and strong arm robbery while wearing a mask. You're also out on felony bond, so there's a hold for you to see your judge tomorrow for case F-25-3697. And I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So a lady sitting on a bench at just past midnight, Mr. Johnson allegedly goes behind her and snatches her phone, pushes her, and flees. And there's surveillance video. He's wearing a mask or a scarf around his mouth. The victim is 72 years old. That rather late for an elderly person. Anyway. Victim was I'm sorry. Officer was able to positively identify Mr. Johnson. Okay. He also was in possession of the victim's cell phone. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are EV. No contact with the alleged victim, EV, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times. Do you understand the stay away order? Why'd you file a motion?
Because it's an F1.
Strong arm robbery with the mask is an F1? Oh. Okay.
I don't say so, Judge.
Shouldn't it be strong arm robbery with a mask on a person combined? Anyway, he's out on bond for F-25-3697. So he's out on bond for a grand theft. There's a hold to see the division judge tomorrow, Judge Carbarga. I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing pursuant to Florida statute 907.041. And so you'll see the judge tomorrow. It's no bond. Well, count one, battery on the person over 65 is $5,000. And count two, the strong arm robbery with the mask is no bond. So you'll see a judge tomorrow on that. Have a nice day. That judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. Next is Joyce Ortiz.
He's out on felony bond F-25-7919.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Buenos
Ortiz.
días.
You were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied structure or conveyance while with prejudice, possession of burglary tools, and criminal mischief.
Allanamiento hacia una estructura, posesión de herramientas para cometer allanamiento y daño a propiedad ajena.
And the second case for burglary to an unoccupied structure and grand theft from April 28th.
Y tiene un segundo caso de allanamiento a una morada desocupada, abril 28.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Le asigno al abogado de la defensa pública para que lo represente.
So he's stealing paint from the victim's home, and they have it on, I think, video.
Se está robando pintura de la casa de la víctima y lo tienen en video.
So you are ordered to stay away from 351 Northeast 82nd Street in Miami, Florida.
Tiene que mantenerse alejado del 351 Northeast 82 Calle, Miami, Florida.
All right, so in F258797, it's is it a dwelling or a structure? Where is
Leave
it?
it at, I think leave it at a structure.
82nd Street.
It's let's see.
Looks like it's under renovation.
Yeah.
Count one is $2,500 and count two grand theft. It should be a third degree felony, $2,500.
Ok, F258797, cargo 1, 2.500, cargo 2, robo de mayor cuantía, 2.500.
One minute. Now the other case, oh, he has a hold too. He has a hold to see the judge tomorrow for his open case.
El otro caso que tiene abierto tiene una orden de detención para que lo lleven ante el juez mañana.
F257919.
Es el F257919.
So the other case, burglary to the unoccupied structure, is $2,500 and count two grand theft. I'm setting that at $5,000.
Ok, en el otro caso 2.500 y $5.000.
Have a nice day. Oh, I'm sorry. Count two is possession of burglary tools. 1 minute. There's probable cause for count two, possession of burglary tools. That's $2,500. And then count three. I'm sorry, I misread it. Count one, burglary is $2,500. Two, possession of burglary tools is $2,500. And count three, criminal mischief. How come they didn't charge him a grand theft? He's delivered $5,600 of paint.
They should have.
Whatever. Criminal mischief, I'll set that at $150 for count three. Have a nice day.
Ok, cargo 1, allanamiento, 2.500. Posesión de herramientas para cometer allanamiento, 2.500. Y daño a propiedad, $150.
Next is Eves Benjamin. We're on page 6. Good morning, sir. Mr. Benjamin, you are arrested for child neglect. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So he left some kids unattended in the playground area of a restaurant.
Burger King.
All right, sir. What do you want me to do for the stay away order? Supervised only? These are little kids.
I guess, let me see if DCF.
Yes, Judge, I would like supervised contact, please.
Now, 4-9, they're found dirty and thirsty. Okay. Sir, I'm gonna enter a modified stay away order from your children whose initials are AB and IA. You're allowed to have only supervised contact with these children, and you are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards them in any manner whatsoever. All right, so only supervised contact is allowed. Also, do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. So also, in the event there's an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case, then any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact, visitation, and custody shall supersede or replace this court's order. So whatever dependency court says takes precedence over the criminal court order regarding your contact with the children. I'll give them pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500. Have a nice day. Next is Garrett Hernandez, page 7. Good morning. Sir, do you speak English?
Yes, Judge.
Are you arrested for burglary to an unoccupied conveyance, fraudulent use of a credit card? I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You're out on bond hold for F237770. From February 20.
Mr. Garrett Hernandez has a private attorney, Arturo Takachel.
Lawyer, who's your lawyer?
Your lawyer?
Can you afford to hire a private lawyer for this case?
I have a lawyer, man, for my old case, for the other case.
Okay.
Which I guess he's gonna represent me for this one too.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
My dad will help me. I mean, I work, but I guess my dad will have to help me out.
Okay, I'm appointing the public defender's office for you at this time. If you want to hire a lawyer at a later case, you can do so. There's probable cause for burglary and fraudulent use of a credit card. Count 1 is $2,500. Count 2 is $2,500, and you'll see your judge tomorrow. Have a nice day. How are you?
Good.
Which case are you here for? Are you here for a ticket?
Ferryman Telumas.
Is that what kind of case is it?
It's assault case.
Okay. I don't know. Do you want to look at the calendar? If you want to help out?
Yeah.
Here, you want this? There's an officer here for a case for Ferdinand Telumas.
Yes.
All right. Did you get called for a probable cause hearing?
I guess.
What courtroom are you supposed to be in?
On this Probably, yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Probable cause hearing? Ms. Seth, did you have
I don't think
a?
I didn't send out any subpoenas.
We didn't send out a subpoena. Is it, what courtroom does it say? No.
On file.
I'm gonna take a look and see. Next, we have Bernard Smith, page 7.
The mess.
Next week, huh?
It's fast.
Oh, it's passed.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. At least you get to visit us down here.
Well, I'm gonna check.
All right. Hi, Mr. Smith. Good morning. Sir, you were arrested for possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Well, I might be able. Yeah. Thank you.
So there's probable cause for the charges. You're on probation. There's a hold for F25-18884. Do you want to stay away from the Walmart? He's still eating the candy bar I stole. Whatever. You have the holds. Count 1 is $1,000. Count 2 is $500. And you'll see your judge tomorrow for your open case. Have a nice day. Next is Willie Hayes, page 8.
Yeah. Not today. Doesn't have to.
Judge, I show he's a V Fox, but he's being held. This is like an added charge.
Thank you. So there's probable cause for the charge of failing to register as required by law. Your bond is $2,500. Public defender's office is appointed. Have a nice day. Next is Sylvester Lewis. Let's take our Monday. 20. That's like 2 weeks ago. Okay.
He refused.
Somebody's raising their hand on Zoom, so we're not promoting anybody. Is there somebody, you want to look at Zoom, state or defense, and Ms. Cory?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Judge.
Somebody wrote in the Zoom about a lawyer wrote a name in Zoom or a law firm, if you want to take a look at that. You did that already? Now we have Mr. Lewis. Good morning. What happened to Mr. Lewis?
He refused.
Let me review.
I don't see that name on the calendar today, Judge.
That name, the name of Darjan Ada Sani is not on the calendar. Sorry, can't help you today. There's probable cause for armed robbery with a deadly weapon, and I'll reset it for the afternoon. Next is Jimenez Lenares.
Spanish, please.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for aggravated battery, attempted aggravated battery with a deadly weapon and battery.
Intento de agresión con agravante con un arma mortífera y agresión corporal.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Yo le asigno la abogada de la defensa pública que tiene a su mano izquierda.
So I need a moment to review the arrest affidavit. No probable
Voy a
cause.
revisar el affidavit de arresto a ver si hay motivo fundado para el arresto.
So if he's stealing a chain that belongs to the store, the manager confronts him, and then Mr. Jimenez Lenares punches the store manager.
Ok, él se está robando una cadena que pertenece a la tienda. El gerente de la tienda se le enfrenta y le mete un piñazo a usted al gerente de la tienda.
Isn't that a strong arm robbery?
No, Judge, it looks like the chain was already retrieved from the manager.
Ok, ya el gerente de la tienda ya le había quitado la cadena.
Potentially, Judge, but if Your Honor, find PC as charged, count one is not an attempt.
He pulled out a machete and struck the victim, causing a laceration.
No, sacó un machete y le cortó a la víctima ocasionando una cortada.
That's to the security guard.
Eso es en cuanto al guarda de seguridad.
All right. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victims Osvaldo Forrest and Lázaro Cuellar Cabarroca.
Se le ordena que se mantenga alejado de Osvaldo Torres y de Cuellar Cabarrocas.
No contact with the alleged victims either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con las víctimas ni directa ni indirectamente, ni en persona, ni por teléfono, ni por escrito, ni por medio de terceras personas.
And no contact with the victims through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con las víctimas ni por medios sociales ni electrónicos.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Y debe mantenerse a por lo menos 500 pies de las víctimas de su casa, escuela y lugar de empleo en todo momento.
And also stay away from Sedanos at 1263 West Flagler Street in Miami, Florida.
Manténgase alejado del sedano en el 1263 West Flagler Street.
All right, so what do you want me to do?
7,500 and 1,000.
Count one aggravated battery is $7,500. Count two battery is $1,000.
Cargo 1, 7,500, agresión con agravante y agresión corporal, $1,500.
You said 1,000 for count one, Judge?
No, $7,500. Count one, count two battery is $1,000.
El cargo $2,000.
Have a nice day. Next case we have is Enrique Mora.
And
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for burglary to an occupied dwelling and burglary to an occupied dwelling, burglary to an unoccupied dwelling, both from April 22nd. I will appoint.
Yes. Allanamiento de una morada ocupada, allanamiento de una morada desocupada, y los dos casos ocurrieron el 22 de abril. Le asigno al abogado de la defensa pública.
So anyway, I'm appointing the public defender's office for you. I need a moment to review the arrest affidavit for
Un
problem.
momentico, le voy a revisar lo del formulario de arresto a ver si hay motivo fundado para el arresto.
He broke into the victim's home in Hialeah at 2:30 in the morning on April 22nd. He forced the window open with a knife, which would make it an armed burglary.
Ok, se coló en la casa de la persona en Hialeah de madrugada utilizando un cuchillo, que eso ya lo convierte en un allanamiento con un arma.
And the home was occupied at the time.
Y la casa estaba ocupada a esa hora.
So you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Sergio Vasquez.
Se le ordena que se mantenga alejado de la víctima Sergio Vázquez.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima ni directa ni indirectamente, ni en persona, ni por teléfono, ni por escrito, ni por terceras personas.
And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima por medios sociales ni otros medios electrónicos.
Stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Tiene que mantenerse a por lo menos 500 pies de la víctima, donde vive la escuela y lugar de empleo en todo momento.
That's for both victims, Jacqueline Gonzalez and, I'm sorry, and also stay away from Jacqueline Gonzalez as well and stay 500 feet away from her home.
Ok, tiene que mantenerse alejado de Jacqueline González y manténgase alejado de la casa de ella también.
And stay away from Ms. Gonzalez's home at 251 East 17th Street in Hialeah, Florida.
Manténgase alejado de la casa de Jacqueline González, 251 East 17 Calle.
Oh, he's blaming it all on the drugs that's making him do it.
Le está echando culpa a usted a las drogas, que es lo que está obligándolo a hacer esto.
So, count one, there's probable cause for armed occupied burglary to a dwelling. That's no bond.
Ok, hay motivo fundado para un allanamiento armado y no tiene, eso no se le fija fianza, no tiene derecho a fianza.
In count two, there's probable cause for burglary to a dwelling.
Allanamiento de una morada, hay motivo fundado para el cargo 2.
And that bond will be $7,500.
La fianza de ese cargo 2, $7,500.
All right. Have a nice day. Good luck
Que
to you.
tenga buen día, señor.
And it was no bond and 7,500, correct?
He had a knife when he entered the victim's home. He broke the window through a knife, used the knife to enter the victim's home and steal things. Okay, next we have is Edmundo Bennett, page 9. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for conspiracy to commit grand theft and grand theft. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So he took the money to repair the car and then he sold the car without the victim's permission.
There's probable cause for the charges. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from PH and JH, no contact with those alleged victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone or through third parties, and no contact with the victims through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from their home, school, and place of employment at all times. So, any objection to pretrial?
I feel pretty bad for this victim, though. He's a disabled adult and he stole his money and his only means of transportation, requesting a bond.
I only see one prior arrest from 1993. I would ask for pretrial services, Judge.
That's terrible. I don't know how, whatever. Okay. Pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500 count one and $2,500 count two. And stay away from the victims. Good day, sir. Next is Theory Saunders, page 10.
Saunders is a bond out.
Thank you. Carlos Gil Vasquez, page 10.
Bond out.
Thank you. Then we have Jason Holloway, page 10. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So are you okay with TAP? And sir, how long have you been in?
How long has been here?
3 years, Judge.
Tap alternate bond, $1,000, count one, 500, count two. I'm gonna give you a date to come back to court for your arraignment.
We have one count.
You only have one count? Oh, what am I reading? One count, possession of the cocaine, sorry. Tap alternate bond, $1,000. You have to come back to court for your arraignment on June 2nd at 9 a.m., courtroom 2-4. Have a nice day, sir. Next is Stanley Gabbett, page 10. Can you run this case number, see if it's when it's on F258831? Please. Good morning, Mr. Gabbett. You were arrested for 3 cases. They're drug cases, selling cocaine, possession of cocaine. I'll appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me go case by case. Starting with F258777. They're telling me the afternoon. Come back at 1:30 for Mr. For the Casanova Legal Solutions PA. Come back at 1:30. It should be on then. They're selling cocaine out of his barber shop to an undercover officer, I think. Or was it Sia? Anyway, there's probable cause. What's it? How are you trafficking if it's selling one rock?
Is it possession of a, so possession of a place also encompasses a sale.
F258777, there's probable cause for the charge. Count one. And this is from April 23rd. Count one is $5,000. Count two is $2,500. Count three will be $1,000. Then the next one, F258776, is from March 11th. There's probable cause for the charge. Count one is $5,000. Count two, $2,500. Count three, $1,000. F258775. There was a search warrant. So there's probable cause for possession with intent to sell cocaine and attempted possession with intent to sell marijuana. $7,500 count one. And I'll set it at $1,000 count two. Have a nice day. Next we have is Sergey Sanchez Jimenez, page 11. Two cases.
Spanish, please.
Good morning, Mr. Sanchez Jimenez. You were arrested for two cases.
Usted fue arrestado, buenos días, señor Sánchez Jiménez. Fue arrestado por dos casos.
One is an armed robbery with a deadly weapon from April 28th of 2025.
Uno es robo a mano armada con un arma mortífera con fecha de abril 28.
And the other case is from yesterday, unlawful possession of 5 or more identifications, possession of a controlled substance, and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Posesión ilegal de identificaciones más de 5, posesión de parafernalia de droga y posesión de sustancias controladas.
So I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Yo le asigno al abogado de la defensa pública para que lo represente.
So there's probable cause for the charges.
Hay motivo fundado para los cargos.
You are ordered to stay away from Javier Molina March, the alleged victim of the armed robbery.
Se tiene que mantener alejado de Javier Molina March, is the last name?
Yes.
Del caso del robo a mano armada.
No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima ni directa ni indirectamente, ni en persona, por teléfono, por escrito, ni por terceras personas.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima por medios sociales ni otros medios electrónicos.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Tiene que mantenerse en todo momento a por lo menos 500 pies de la víctima, de su casa, escuela y lugar de empleo.
Also, stay away from the Macy's store at 1675 Meridian Avenue in Miami Beach, Florida.
También manténgase alejado del Macy's en el 1675 Meridian Avenue en Miami Beach.
So for the F-25-8781, I'm granting the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. Since armed robbery is a dangerous crime, it's no bond.
Ok, en F-25-8781 le concedo a la fiscalía que se celebre una audiencia con antelación a juicio porque robo a mano armada es un delito bien serio y no conlleva a que tenga fianza.
And the other case, F-25-8780, count 1, unlawful possession. It just says bank cards. That doesn't.
3 bank cards, a Texas ID, and a social security card.
So
Okay.
Go ahead.
En el F-25-8780, que es posesión ilegal de tarjetas de banco, había un Social Security de Texas, etcétera. Okay.
So count 1 is $2,500 for that bond for unlawful possession of 5 or more identifications.
2.500 por ese cargo de posesión ilegal de 5 identificaciones o más.
Count 2, possession of crystal meth is $2,500 and 3 drug paraphernalia is $500.
$2.500 de fianza por posesión de metanfetamina cristal y $500 por tener artículos para el uso de drogas.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Que tenga buen día. Gracias.
Next, we have Junior Slideford, page 11. Good morning, Mr. Slideford. You were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied structure, petty theft, criminal mischief, and trespass to a structure or conveyance. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So he goes in a vacant property that's enclosed by a tent because they're, I guess, fumigating for termites. And he goes into the property through a locked gate, cuts the tent, encircling the residence, goes into a tool shed, and then he damaged the tool shed, forcing his way in, damaging it, causing $20 worth of damage to seal a weed whacker valued at $200. So it appears to be probable cause for everything. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Katrina James. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times. So count one, burglary to the unoccupied structure, is $2,500. Count two, petty theft. It's actually a second-degree misdemeanor. I'm sorry, first-degree misdemeanor petty theft, since the value of the weed whacker is $200. So count two is a $500 bond. Count three, criminal mischief, is $150, and count four, trespass, is $150. Have a nice day.
Judge, would you consider the tap program for Mr. Sullivan?
He's cutting out for the tent, fumigate for termites. No, not doing this. Actually, it's from February
But if you
2025.
look, Judge, I see multiple prior arrests, withholds also for burglaries, requesting the bond.
Yes, nothing recent.
Would you want to do house arrest instead then?
Homeless.
Then the state's requesting a bond.
Would you consider tap, Judge?
Yeah, tap alternate bond, 2,500, count one, 500, count two, 150, count three, 150, count four. You have to come back to court for your arraignment on June 2nd at 9 a.m. Courtroom 2-8.
It is over state's objection.
Property. Have a nice day. Next is John Reagan.
On out.
1 second. Okay, thank you.
On out.
Here's this other one for Tap. Tap, I got another one for you. All right, so Reagan is a bond out. That brings us to Giovanni Vasquez.
President speaks English.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for the added charges: battery on a person 65 or older, and battery by strangulation, domestic battery by strangulation. It's from March 16th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charges. You were ordered to stay away from your mother, Elena Vasquez. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm setting a bond. It's $2,500 count one and $2,500 count two.
Judge, would you consider pretrial? He received pretrial in the other felony case.
Doesn't qualify. I'm not ordering him in. If he wants house arrest, I'll do that. Excuse me, Miss Cory, you want house arrest or no?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, good day, sir. Next is Wilbert Jose Coruno, age 13.
He received 2,500 plus GPS on his domestic violence case.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Do you speak English?
Yes, Judge.
Good morning, everyone.
For a case from January 12th of 2024, the charge is false imprisonment and battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Judge, can we pass this to see if the alleged victim wants to be heard?
Sure. There's probable cause for the charges. I'll pass it in a few minutes. Next case is Eduardo Morales, page 14.
Mr. Morales is present.
Morales, you were arrested for failing to register as required by law. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the charge, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. It's failure to register as required by law.
No se inscribió como lo requería la ley. Le asigno al abogado de la defensa pública.
There's probable cause for the charge. Your bond is $2,500. Have a nice day, sir.
Hay motivo fundado para el cargo, la fianza, $2,500. Que tenga buen día.
Next case is Cory Johnson on page 14. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for retail theft with a prior conviction, possession of crack cocaine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
The petty theft, I think, is some chips.
Is taunting the victim.
Right.
Or
And then he's got a 70-day sentence from earlier this year for the same thing. So state's requesting a bond.
So stay away from the 7-Eleven at 1099 Southwest First Avenue in Miami, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that 7-Eleven store. You must stay out of there, sir. There's probable cause for count 1, petty theft. Yes,
I asked if you would consider the TAP program for Mr. Cory.
All right. Chance. TAP alternate bond, count 1, petty theft 2 or more convictions will be $500. Count 2, possession of a controlled substance. What was it? Is there residue on it? Crack cocaine. Oh,
It says excessive crack cocaine.
count 1, count 2 is $1,000, and count 3 is $500. Sir, you have to come back to court for your arraignment on June 2nd at 9 a.m. courtroom 6-3, and stay out of that 7-Eleven. You can't go back there. Have a nice day.
It is over state's objection.
Okay. No, it's under my personal objection too. However, he doesn't have enough priors to justify not giving him TAP. So I gotta do what's right. All right, now we have Everett Bush. Hi, Mr. Bush.
Is it bond out?
Huh? Is it bond
Is it
out?
bond out?
Yeah, wonderful. Christopher Stewart.
He's present.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for aggravated stalking in violation of an injunction. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me review. All right, so this is from January 24th of 2025.
So, right, it wasn't violent. It doesn't appear to be so, but he's got, even if it seems innocuous, you can't contact her at all.
For the expired 2020, February 2025.
So it was served on January 13th, let's say.
An
And then-
expiration date of February 11th, 2025.
But during the period while it was
Valid.
valid, there were multiple text messages.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are JT. No contact with the alleged victim, JT, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Can we see if she's here, Judge? If the victim's here, can you write your name in the chat?
Is the victim JT here? If so, write your name in the chat room.
Okay, I think it's the person who's, I'm gonna. You wanna put your date of birth there, ma'am, so I can verify it's you?
Easily pulled. There's a, okay.
It's correct, so that's the alleged victim.
Okay. There's a bondsman here for me as well, or no? Oh, no, not.
Ma'am, if you wanna talk to the judge, you gotta accept the promotion to a panelist. And then unmute, turn on your camera. Hey, ma'am, you're Miss
Thomas, yes.
All right.
Be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is your name, please?
Bernicia Thomas.
Are you afraid of Christopher Stewart?
No, I'm not.
You want the court to enter an order requiring him to stay away from you?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone?
He has been doing what he has to do. Like, he been picking up his kids. I had surgery, so like he's been doing what he has to do.
And the injunction's no longer in place?
No, I had a stay away order, but I'm supposed to meet with the judge on Monday. They told me to come down there Monday so I could uplift the stay away order.
Is that in
Like the restraining order.
Oh, okay.
The restraining order.
Okay.
Okay.
I just haven't got to it because I had surgery on my hernia, so I haven't got to it. But they told me I could come down Monday.
You have children with him?
Yes, I have 2 kids. They're 7 and 6.
So I understand your honor is probably gonna modify the stay away order, but he can't have contact with her if there's an injunction in place.
So for this case, you're allowed to have contact with the alleged victim whose initials are JT, but you are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards her in any manner whatsoever. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. So only friendly, nonviolent contact is allowed with the victim. Do you understand, sir? Does he understand that?
He said yes.
Yes.
Pretrial, sir.
Count one, I'd ask you if I know probable cause for aggravated stalking.
It's aggravated because of the court order.
Oh, it's because of the court order. All right.
A violation of a domestic violence.
But it's a course of conduct. It wasn't just an isolated incident.
Okay, pretrial services alternate bond, count 1 will be $1,500 and count 2 will be $500. So he can get out of jail for free with pretrial services. Ma'am, does he know, Ms. Cory, does he know your phone number by memory?
Yeah, he probably do.
But she can't reach out to her right now.
Right. So, ma'am, he could get rearrested if you have an active injunction against him and he's with you. So if you don't want him arrested, you got to drop it.
Yeah, I know. They told me to come down Monday.
Okay.
They're aware that I had surgery, so they did tell me to come down Monday. So I'll be there Monday.
All right, thank you. Good luck to you. Next, we have Michael Reddick, age 16. You're free to go, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Reddick. Sir, you were arrested for possession with intent to sell cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church or convenience store, and conspiracy for possession with intent to sell cannabis. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. I didn't see any mention of the church or convenience store, but there's probable cause. He had 47 baggies of crack cocaine, 9 baggies of powder cocaine, and 11 baggies of cannabis. So I'll set a bond. Count 1, possession with intent to sell cocaine is $7,500. Count 2, possession with intent to sell cannabis, be $500. Have a nice day. Okay, 1 second, 1 second. You have to stand up and stretch. On the left there. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next is Isaac Acosta. Now the afternoon.
Mr. Acosta's present. He speaks English.
Mr. Acosta, you were arrested for aggravated battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. It says blood that victim had blood, a lot of blood, and probably needed stitches. I guess that's why she started aggravated battery.
The victim was transported.
All over some food. Altercation over food. We get a lot of cases like that. Get altercations over food. Anyway, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim. Is it Walter Acosta? No, is that his dad? Not sure. Oh, his brother attacked him, his brother. No contact with your brother, Walter Acosta, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away order?
Yes,
I'll set a bond at $5,000. Have a nice day, sir. Next is Alex Carey, page 16. Good morning, sir. You are arrested, or good afternoon. You're arrested for armed possession of cannabis, armed possession with intent to sell cannabis, and openly carrying a weapon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. I guess there's probable cause for the charges. Is he eligible for pretrial? Because it's armed, I'll order him in. Pretrial services, alternate bond, count 1 will be $500. Count 2 will be $1,500, and count 3, $150. Have a nice day. Antonio Bosch is on page 17.
Judge, he refused. It is like his started time refusing.
And he's on probation. Your Honor, just set the bonds.
I'll appoint the public defender's office, waive his presence, and set a bond. Count on F-25, 8677. Count 1, burglary to an unoccupied dwelling. is $7,500. Count 2, petty theft, is $150. One minute. And then his other case, F258676, count 1, burglary to the unoccupied, burglary to an occupied structure is $7,500, and count 2, grand theft, is $2,500. Next is Kenneth Thompson on page 17. There's a
And then after Mr. Thompson, Judge, we can go back to the other gentleman who passed, Mr. Toronto.
You were arrested for possession of Molly, a controlled substance, or MDMA, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause. Is he eligible for a program? Do I give you this?
He's got a 90-day sentence from April 14th, so that's 2 weeks ago.
No, Thompson. You don't have Mr. Thompson's, I don't know where's Fernandez. What do you have?
He was sentenced to 90 days on April, actually, he's on probation. Judge, I apologize.
You on probation? Misdemeanor probation. I'm setting a bond, $1,000 count 1, $500 count 2. Good luck to you, sir.
So 1,500?
Yes.
And I have him out on probation B25-2914.
There's no hold for that. Next is Adon Guzman Ortiz. Can I ask you a question? Who put him on probation? What was it for?
It was a split sentence. It looks like it was 90 followed by 9 months of probation. It was a battery though, so that's probably why.
Thank you. Next we have Adon Guzman Ortiz.
Do you want to go back on Mr. Toronto?
Sorry, yes. Who is this?
Page, he's number 35 on page.
Wilbur Taruno. Is there somebody here for him?
No, Judge, they did not want to speak in court.
Okay, the bondsman is here though. Hello. So there's probable cause for the charge. I'm gonna do a stay away order from the alleged victim, Yahima Diaz Naya. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'll set a bond. Count 1, false imprisonment is $2,500, and count 2, battery is $1,000. And you have a bondsman here to get you out of jail. Okay, thank you. Next is Adon Guzman Ortiz, page 18. We have a new interpreter, I think. I don't know. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon. Do you speak English?
Spanish.
Is there an interpreter here now? Have a new one? Hello.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Have you been sworn in today? No.
Yes, I have.
Okay, you're still under oath. Sir, you were arrested for burglary to an occupied structure stealing in stolen property, burglary to an unoccupied conveyance, and grand theft.
Señora, usted se le ha arrestado por allanamiento de morada, trato en propiedad robada, entrar en una estructura no ocupada y hurto mayor.
So I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Voy a asignar a la oficina de abogados públicos para usted.
So he should be charged with burglary while wearing a mask. He was wearing a black ski mask while he entered the rear of the business.
Él debe de ser acusado de haber entrado mientras él tenía puesta una máscara. Él tenía puesto una máscara de esquiar cuando entró.
He stole a DeWalt pressure washer from the truck bed.
Él robó una máquina de lavado a presión de la camioneta, de la cama.
And then he comes back later in the day to try and took a generator.
Y luego regresó más tarde y se tomó un generador.
Then he came back later again and took another DeWalt pressure washer.
Y luego regresó de nuevo y se llevó una máquina de lavado a presión de Walt.
So, sir, you are ordered to stay away from, you're ordered to stay away from the property, the Truck Stop Inc. at 2901 Northwest 54th Street in Miami, Florida.
Señor, se le ordena mantenerse alejado de la propiedad del 2901 Noroeste 54 Calle en Miami, Florida.
You're not allowed to go to the Truck Stop Inc. store or business, and you have to stay away from there, sir. I hope you understand that.
Usted no se le permite regresar al Truck Stop Inc. Espero que usted haya entendido eso, señor.
So I don't see a value for the items that oh, he also sold the items to somebody for $150. Why wasn't he charged with, oh, he was charged with dealing with stolen property. I don't see a value though for the items stolen.
No veo el valor de los artículos robados.
He said he's stealing to send money to his son in Nicaragua.
Él dice que él está robando para enviarle dinero a su hijo en Nicaragua.
Correction, does he have an immigration hold? No?
Tiene un retén de
Not on a jail card, Judge.
No. Anyway, I'm setting a bond. Count one, burglary to an unoccupied structure. It should be while wearing a mask. I don't know. The state wants me. I'll just set the bond on count one at $2,500.
Pongo la fianza por el cargo número 1 en $2,500.
He actually should have been charged with 3 separate burglaries because he kept going back there.
Él debería haber sido acusado de 3 hurtos separados porque él continuaba regresando allí.
Count 2, dealing in stolen property is $7,500.
Cargo número 2, tratar en propiedad robada, fianza de $7,500.
Count 3 is grand theft of the conveyance is $2,500.
Cargo número 3, hurto mayor de una estructura, fianza de $2,500.
Burglary to a conveyance, I misspoke.
Could you repeat, Your Honor? The interpreter's audio is not right.
Burglary to a conveyance. It's a $2,500 bond for count 3.
Es hurto de una estructura, robo, es fianza de 2.500, cargo número 3.
Count 4 is probable cause for petty theft, $150 bond.
Y cargo número 4, hay causa probable de un hurto menor, fianza de $150.
Have a nice day.
Tenga buen día.
Next we have is Omar Ayash. Next is page 18. We only have a few cases left. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for grand theft, possession of cocaine, resisting an officer without violence. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You are ordered to stay away from the Home Depot store at 1245 Northeast 163rd Street in Miami, Florida. So let me review this. There's probable $6,680 in merchandise you took. Also cocaine. There's probable cause for the charges. I don't know, state. It's still in like a lot of stuff.
I know it's a lot of money, but I think pre-trial may still be okay, given his history.
Pre-trial services, alternate bond, count 1, I'm setting it at $5,000. Count 2, possession of a controlled substance is $2,500. Count 3, resisting without violence. 1 minute. That will be $500. Have a nice day. Stay out of Home Depot.
500 for count 3.
500, count 3. Next is Lawrence Jones, page 18. Good morning, Mr. Jones.
Judge, Mr. Jones is a bond out.
Bond out for Jones. Pawanel Finney. Is this Mr. Finney? Good afternoon. Sir, you were arrested for possession of a controlled substance, possession of drug paraphernalia, and petty theft. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So he's stealing from the Circle K. That's petty theft. $500. It says 2 bulk CT cables. Right. He also had some. Does it just say cocaine? Clear pipe. It says baggie. I don't see if it describes that. They didn't write down what it was.
You want to waive the issue for a program?
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the Circle K store at 16 North Chrome Avenue in Florida City, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that Circle K store. You must stay out of there. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Or you want to waive it for a little pre-trial or no?
Yes, Judge. We're asking for pre-trial services.
Signal 200. You don't qualify, give him tap. You want to waive it for tap or no?
Yes, Judge. Tap is fine.
Tap alternate bond, count 1 will be 1,000. Yep. You sure you don't want to?
It says, Judge, it was, hold on, it was 0.1. I think that's the weight with the pipe.
Oh, okay. Tap alternate bond, $1,000, count 1. Count 2, Possession of drug paraphernalia is $500, and count 3 petty theft. It's a second-degree misdemeanor. It should be $500.
It's a first degree misdemeanor, right?
First-degree misdemeanor, it should be $500. All right, so you have a place to stay, right?
Yes, Judge.
Be sure to come back to court for all future court dates. They'll send notice to you. Have a nice day. Next we have is Arturo Barcenas, page 19.
Mr. Barcenas is here. He speaks English.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from the Dollar Tree store at 968 Southwest 8th Street in Miami, Florida. So you're not allowed to go to that Dollar Tree store, and you must stay away from there. Yes, conviction.
There's an open misdemeanor requesting a bond.
I'm setting a bond because it's an open case. It's
Judge, Mr. Barcenas has no funds for bond. He's currently homeless. Would you consider the TAP program?
I'm not. I'm setting a bond. It's $1,500. Stay out of the Dollar Tree.
Sorry, you said 1,500?
1,500.
That's my corporal talking to me.
1,500. I lowered it. Next is Yakel Miranda Obando on page 19.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Good morning, or good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for aggravated battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Señor, buenas tardes. A usted se le arrestó por agresión con agravantes. Voy a asignar a la oficina de abogados públicos para usted.
So the alleged item is a milk crate that he hit the victim with. He struck the victim in the head with a milk crate.
Usted, lo que se alega es que usted golpeó a la víctima con una caja de leche.
And the victim had to go to the hospital.
Y la víctima tuvo que ir al hospital.
Sir, you were ordered to stay away from Alejandro Cruz, the alleged victim.
Señor, se le ordena mantenerse alejado de Alejandro Cruz, la víctima alegada.
No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
Ningún contacto con la víctima alegada, ya sea directo o indirecto, personalmente o a través de terceras partes, por teléfono o por cualquier medio.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Y también usted tiene que mantenerse a más de 500 pies del hogar, de la escuela o el trabajo de la víctima en todo momento.
I believe it would be probable cause. He struck the victim in the head and he had to go to the hospital.
Yo pienso que hay causa probable. Él golpeó a la víctima en la cabeza y tuvo que ir al hospital.
Judge, without describing the injury, there appears to be no great bodily harm. I'd actually find public cause for battery.
Le pido que haya causa probable para agresión.
I think it's a deadly weapon. Striking somebody in the head with a milk crate in their head is a deadly weapon, but they charge it as great bodily harm. State, you want to?
It's hard plastic. It's
hard
deadly.
plastic, which can cause a laceration that requires medical treatment, including stitches. I believe there's PC.
It doesn't state that he ever got stitches. It doesn't state what his treatment was. It doesn't
That's
state if
true.
he got a Band-Aid or anything else. I'd actually find public cause for simple battery.
If we were to find agbat with a deadly weapon, which is the crate, the way it was used, it's capable of causing serious bodily injury.
Judge, a milk crate may hurt, but it's not a deadly weapon. Judge.
It is capable of causing serious bodily injury.
It comes down to a jury question, but there would be probable cause for that. Because he struck him in the head with the milk plate.
Hay causa probable, pero esa es una pregunta para el jurado si eso es una arma letal o no. Él le pegó a la víctima en la cabeza con el cajón de leche.
Bond is $5,000. Have a nice day.
La fianza está en $5,000. Tenga buen día.
The end of our morning calendar. What time would you like to start? 12:30? I mean, 1:30 or 1:45? 1:45. See y'all at 1:45. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Double. There you go. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon and welcome to Felony First Appearance Hearings. I am Judge Mindy Glazer. I am presiding today. The video has been played to all defendants. I need everybody to please stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by our clerk.
Todos pónganse de pie para prestar juramento.
All right. Go to color and see what's going on. Okay, can you hear me now? Corrections? Apparently not. Please stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by our clerk.
Pónganse de pie para prestar juramento.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. Digan lo juro, ya se pueden sentar.
All right. Madam Interpreter, have you been sworn in today?
Yes, Judge, I think I have.
Okay, we'll do it again just to make sure.
Do you swear that you'll translate from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, the questions asked and the answers given to the best of your ability, and that you have such ability?
I do, Maria Correal, certified court interpreter.
Thank you. If there's anybody here for a case on Zoom, type the defendant's name in the chat room.
Si hay alguien aquí para un caso por Zoom, escriban el nombre del acusado en el chat.
We have a very large calendar this afternoon, so I'm going to just ask everybody to be patient, and I'll get to you as soon as possible.
Tenemos un calendario bastante largo, entonces les pido a todos que por favor tengan paciencia.
Thank you. So can the attorneys announce their name for the record, please state?
Nesta F on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon. Ms. Cory, I don't know who bond hearing is. I don't think that's you all. Somebody's raising their hand. Don't raise your hand on Zoom unless I call your case. All right, so Ms. Cory, do you have anybody on the in-state warrants to address yet or not really? Ms. Cory, I can't hear you.
Your Honor, she's not promoted yet. 1 second.
There she is. Now I can do it. Thank you.
Rebecca Corey, Assistant Public Defender. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So are you ready with any in-state cases yet or no?
No, I have not heard back from the state attorney's office yet from Broward. If we could just pass.
So I'll pass it. Okay, I'm going to call out a turn. I don't know if Mr. Chavez is coming in. He popped in earlier. Rodriguez. All right, let me call up. That's what he wrote. He said Hector Rodriguez. Anyway, let me call up the attorney, some of the attorneys here. Let's see who's first. You never give me this. We don't have a Hector Rodriguez on the calendar. Is it Hector or somebody else? I don't know. We have Wilfredo Sotolongo. Is that an attorney case? Can you raise your hand? You're here for that case? Okay. You gave a case number for that one. You want to run the case number?
Running, Your Honor, it's at 25.
Not
8811.
I'm not
sorry.
you. To my clerk. Listen, I'm not gonna deal with this taking out a turn. I can't handle it. What's going on? All right. Good afternoon. Is this Mr. Wilfredo Sotolongo? It doesn't look like his picture.
That is not him.
So they brought Darshan.
They put somebody else. Sorry. What page is he on?
He's on page 4.
Well, I told you I don't like doing these out of turns. I may just abandon that thought. I can't handle it. Page 4. So
Rodriguez might not be on the account.
Hector Rodriguez may be on the morning calendar tomorrow. He's not here today. You know, it's funny. I didn't recall calling this one. Mr. Darshan is a private lawyer here for page 4. I don't know.
What's the name?
I don't know.
Last name is Ada Sani. It's the one with all accounts.
I don't see it, so I can't call it. I don't see it. Sorry. Unless you pulled it out.
They said how many?
Is that for Mr. Aidazani? It's F258831 is the case number 8831.
So who's speaking?
Giancarlo Casanova on Mr. Aidazani's behalf. I apologize.
Yeah. All right. I'm moving Miss Levine back because I'm not in her case. So we don't have Zoom etiquette. You put your camera on off when you're not being called. All right. This is Darshan Adesani. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for 19 counts of possession of a THC cartridge, 30 counts of possession of THC gummies, and 1 count of possession of THC cannabis over, I guess it's over 76 grams, and then possession with intent to sell THC. So your attorney is here. Good afternoon. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Giancarlo Casanova on behalf of Darshan Aidazani.
How do you spell your first name?
Giancarlo. Giancarlo.
Thank you very much. Do you have any?
Right, so Judge, they charged with 1 count for every single item that was recovered. It should just be maybe just 1 count of each charge. Would you want to do a bond of $2,500 for the first count of each charge? So the total bond would be $10,000.
That was exactly what's going to be my request. Thank you, Ms. F.
Let me take a look at it.
It's all forms of cannabis.
It's all duplicative.
So we had 6 grams of THC gummies, which is not a lot, 38 grams of THC in cartridges, which could or could not be a lot, I don't know. Then he had 76 grams of marijuana and some baggies. Okay. I'll set a bond even lower than that. Count 1, possession of the THC cartridges will be, I need the calendar, please. That's $2,500 for count 1. Is this the right page? Yeah. So counts 2 through
19
be an ROR. ROR which count. Count 20, which is the THC gummies. It says plus or minus 6 grams. Count 20, I'll set it at, you want $500? Is that good? I don't know. What's a gummy, like a little gummy bear?
Yes, ma'am. Like a candy.
Okay, $500 for count 20. So I like gummies. I go to the candy cabinet.
21 through.
So count 21. Wait, 20 is $500. Making a mistake here. 21 through What number?
I think 49.
Thank you. 21 through 49, no, it should be 50, I think. Let me see. No, 21 through 49, borrow RH count. Count 50 is for the cannabis, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Possession with intent to sell cannabis. There's no, he had 76 grams. I don't know, it's not personal use.
Do you want to do felony amount instead, Judge? That's fine.
Card as well.
Count 50, it's probable cause for felony possession of cannabis. All right, I'll set that at $500. And then count 51. Is more? Is there more? No,
That should be the last count.
That should be a 50 is what I had.
I have 51 on the calendar.
Or that's so. Yeah, it's for suspect THC.
Oh, with intent to sell THC. Count 51. All right, you want me to set that at what? $500?
That's acceptable, Judge.
$500. Okay, so your total bond is
$4,000.
$1,000. Okay, sir, you have a good attorney. Listen to what he tells you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge.
Which one?
All right, so do we have, where's she now? What's the one I called for Miss? Who's the one I just gave back for the attorney? I promoted her.
Was Karen Levy.
Yeah, thank you. Karen Levy, attorney, is here for Wilfredo Sotolongo.
English or Spanish?
Okay, hi, Miss Levine.
Hello,
Now,
Your Honor.
your case, since he's here.
Yes,
Okay.
that is definitely Mr. Sotolongo.
Okay. Sir, you were arrested for, do you speak English?
He does.
All right, you were arrested for trafficking in crystal meth and also possession of GHB, a controlled substance, and possession of cocaine, and possession of alprazolam, and trafficking, possession of a place for purposes of trafficking in a controlled substance, possession with intent to sell crystal meth within 1,000 feet of a school, possession with intent to sell crystal meth. So those are your charges. Your attorney is here. Do you want to announce and say hello to your client, Ms. Levine?
Yes, Your Honor. Karen Levine on behalf of Wilfredo Sotolongo. Your Honor, I would argue that there's no probable cause for any of the trafficking or sale within 1,000 feet of a school. There's not even a school mentioned.
I agree on that one.
And as far as possession goes, there's several people in the home, and the all of the substances seem to be found within the home, not on the person.
But it was in his closet, in the master bedroom closet, where they found his credit cards and driver's license. They also found 322 grams of crystal meth and also syringes with GHB. I think it's, was that or something? I'm looking at you like you know what it is. Poor Ashley, she's standing here today helping out because Renee's not here, and she's like giving her weird looks. And also some alprazolam pills. So, and then also they found cocaine, pink cocaine. That's called 2C. We learned a lot here in court every day. So anyway, yeah, there's just possession of that. What do you want me to do?
It's a lot of drugs, Judge, and he's facing a significant minimum mandatory.
There's probable cause for the trafficking in the crystal meth. What bond are you seeking? 25,000?
Maybe
Yes,
100,000 based upon the quantity. Let's see what the min-man would be. It would be the 15-year min-man.
Your Honor, Mr. Sotolongo has a home in Miami-Dade. His entire family is here. He's a U.S. citizen. He's always appeared for court in the past. I don't think there's any reason to issue such a high bond when there's no reason he would ever run.
So he's got a federal conviction, 48 months. He may still be on
for what?
Revised release. Drug sales.
For what?
Drug sales. So it's for, he did 48 months for distribution of crystal meth. It says probation, 348 months plea bargain.
Okay, I'm setting a bond on count 1, the trafficking in amphetamines. He's facing, let's take a look at my sheet. So he's facing what, a 7-year man? Over 200
Over
grams.
200, I think it's the 15.
I'm looking at, is it called, is that the same as Molly?
No, it's it's amphetamine, methamphetamine.
So that one is over 200 grams, a 15-year minimum mandatory. Okay. I'm happy to lower it a little. That's a $250,000 bond you're facing a 15-year minimum mandatory. I'll set the bond here. I'll set up $50,000 for count 1. Yeah. Count 2. Possession of the GHB, that's 20. Does he have like? One second. Count 2 will be $2,500. Count 3, possession of the 2C, the pink cocaine, is $2,500. Count 4 is possession of alprazolam. We had like 3 pills. I'll make it $1,000. You got other problems. That could also be possession of a prescription drug without a prescription too. Count 5 is possession of a place for purposes of trafficking in a controlled substance. There's probable cause for that charge. I'm not sure why it's charged as a second-degree felony. Is it because of the quantity? I set it at $2,500 for count 5. Count 6 is possession. There's no probable cause for possession with intent to sell within 1,000 feet of a school. So that's, you want $1, you want release outright?
Let's just do the ROR.
Let's release outright. Sorry. Yeah, my phone is out. So count 6, no probable cause. Release outright.
I don't believe there's PC for count 7 either.
Count 7 is possession, the same thing, intent to sell within 1,000 feet of a school. Will we release outright?
Yes, please.
Count 8 is possession of. There's no count.
Yeah, it's just the hold.
Okay, great. Absolutely, that'd be a requirement. You have to show the money used to post your bond is from a legitimate source of funds. So the total bond is 58,000 at 59. Wait. 55, 58, I think it's 58.5. But you got to show the source of funds is from a legitimate source of money. Your lawyer can handle that. Thank you so much, Ms. Levine. Ms. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nice day. Have a good lawyer. Listen to what you're present. Get these folks out of here. Is that your case? I didn't know if the state attorney was coming in. That's why I didn't call it. He's not here, and I don't see him. Mr. Client's here till tomorrow. Again, let me just promote this attorney real quick and tell. Mr. Lays, your client's not on calendar, I don't believe, until tomorrow. Is that the one? Is that Freddie Molina?
No, I think it's Hector Rodriguez, Judge. It could be that he's not on till tomorrow. That's fine, Judge. We'll see you then. If he hasn't bonded out.
If I have, I do the extraditions in the morning first. I've been finishing early, but you never know how it can be. So it's gonna be either by 9:30 or 9 or 10, depending on how many.
No
Okay?
problem. I appreciate it, Judge. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Now I need Tito Gutierrez on page 4. Who are you?
I'm his sister, Monica Berg.
Okay, I think his wife is here.
His wife is probably online.
Okay.
Nelsie, I don't know her name.
Second, trying to see if the wife's there, wanted to be promoted. I don't know. No, there she is. All right, good afternoon. Mr. Gutierrez, do you speak English? Yes. Okay, so I'm talking to your son, not the dad. Okay, all right. Sir, do you speak English?
Yes, he does.
All right, sir, you were arrested for 1 count of human trafficking, 1 count of prohibited computer services, 1 count of traveling to meet a minor. And sir, can you afford to hire a lawyer?
What was the last one?
If you're gonna keep talking to me, I'm gonna ask you to step outside. I'm not speaking to you.
Yes, he can.
Are you working, sir?
Yes,
How much do you make a week?
700 a week.
And do you have any children you support?
No.
You qualify for a public defender. I'm happy to appoint one if you like, or whatever you want. If you want a lawyer for purposes of this hearing. And you can always hire your family can help hire a private lawyer at a later date. Your sister and your parents are in court. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge. I wanted to speak on behalf of my brother.
We're not there yet. We're just trying to decide if you can afford an attorney. His wife is here too. Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
You speak English, ma'am?
No, very well, but yeah, I understand.
All right, just so you know, your husband was arrested for some serious charges regarding trying to meet a 12-year-old child.
Para que usted sepa, su esposo fue arrestado por unos cargos graves que fue tratar de reunirse con un menor de 12 años.
So it's alleged he paid an undercover police officer who was the child's parent. What was it, $300 for meeting?
Se dijo que le había pagado a un agente encubierto $300 para reunirse con esta menor.
I'm going to appoint the public defender's office for him. He should have an attorney. These are serious charges. Ms. Cory?
I did try to call the attorneys and they told me that they would be on. You don't see anybody on for their Houston, La France. I called Orlando. I forget what it is.
It's okay, ma'am. He needs an attorney on the defender's office. Ms. Cory, anything you want to say?
Not with regard to probable cause, Judge. I would ask if you would consider house arrest for Mr. Gutierrez.
State, what's your
The
position?
state filed a motion for pretrial detention based upon count number 1, requesting that the defendant be held without bond pending the hearing.
I saw Mr. Chavez here earlier. I didn't know if he wanted to come in on this case. He's not here now. So you're a sister?
Yes,
All right. What's going on is count 1, the human trafficking charge is considered a non-bondable offense. And the state filed a motion for pretrial detention, asking the court to hold Mr. Gutierrez over for tomorrow to see the division judge, to see whether or not to have that judge set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. So
not having any other prior offenses.
right now, unfortunately not. I have to grant the state's motion because there is probable cause. He'll see a judge tomorrow. It's Judge.
He's been here in the community for the last 36 years. I see no prior record for him at all.
State, are you objecting?
Substantial family support.
State, would you want to agree to house arrest? There was no actual meeting with the child. It was a decoy.
But he was willing to do it. The state is not going to agree to anything at this point. I'm also not the AUSA assigned to the case.
All right. So that being said, I'm granting the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. I'm going to hold him with no bond on count 1, the human trafficking charge. Count 2, the prohibited computer services, the prohibited use of the computer services. There's probable cause for that. It's a 3rd-degree felony. Count 2 will be $2,500. Count 3, there's probable cause for using a computer to travel and meet a minor. That will be, it's a 3rd-degree felony, $2,500 bond. And count 4, there's only 3 counts. So it's no bond, $2,500 and $2,500. He's going to see a judge tomorrow in courtroom 2-8 at 9 a.m. It's Judge Hernandez.
Is that here?
That's in this building on the 2nd floor. Your family's here. I don't know if the wife is still there. She disappeared, but if you want to tell her it's, pardon me?
Will he be present?
I don't know. So there's a court hearing tomorrow. You can appear on Zoom before Judge Hernandez, courtroom 2-8. You can go in person. I'm not sure if they bring the defendants over in person.
I'll secure the lawyer then today.
But they'll have the public defender there until such time that you can think you can afford an attorney as well. All right. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good day. Your family's here and they're worried about you, your parents and your sister. No. Thank you for coming in, ma'am.
Gracias por venir, señora.
Are there any private lawyers here that I didn't call?
Mr. Hassan's here for Freddie Molina. We have a Freddie Medina. I'm not sure if it's the same one.
What page, please? Is Mr. Hassan here?
I also have the detective here for PCH.
Let's call the detective for PCH. Mr. Hassan is here, okay, and can I just do my PCH real quick? What page?
Page 7. McGregor.
I have to tell you, I do the most horrible job managing this calendar when I don't have my bail up here. I apologize to you if I'm making you nutty. I got you helping. I appreciate you being here for the be even worse. All right, we have a Detective Dumas here. Mr. Hassan, I'll be with you in a minute. Can we call up Andre McGregor for probable cause hearing? Thank you. Detective, could you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do.
Thank you. And just make sure you speak into the microphone because it's hard to hear you. What is your name, please, and what police department?
Detective Huguette DeMayes, Opelika Police Department.
Thank you. Go ahead, state.
All right, detective. Did you speak to the alleged victim?
Yes.
What did the victim say happened?
Okay, basically the victim stated there's been an ongoing issue with the defendant based on the defendant's mother of his children. So the night of the shooting, the victim stated as he was at the traffic light, that's when the defendant approached, and then the defendant started shooting towards him in his vehicle. As the defendant was fleeing the scene, that's when the victim returned fire towards the defendant.
Okay. So in the arrest affidavit, you give the defendant's version of the events, and the defendant claims that the victim pulled out a gun first. Did the victim say that?
No, the victim stated as the shots were being fired, and then when the defendant was fleeing the scene, that's when he opened up his driver's side door and reached out and returned fire towards the defendant as the defendant was fleeing.
Is there any surveillance?
Yes, there is surveillance. So the defendant stating that the victim exited the driver's side, walked around to the front of the vehicle to the passenger side and aimed the firearm towards him. So that's why he started shooting first. But CCTV does not show anyone exiting and walking towards the front of that vehicle or going to the passenger side towards where the defendant was stated he was when shots was fired towards the victim.
Are you going to arrest the victim as well?
The case is still open. The investigation is still ongoing.
So you're investigating the victim for shooting at the defendant as he was fleeing?
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Cory, do you have any questions?
Officer, this was over a week ago?
That is correct. On the 23rd of April?
And have you
The
met?
night of the 22nd.
Have you met with the alleged victim since the initial date of April?
Yes.
At the time of the meeting, had you seen the CCTV?
At that time, no.
And how much of the scene does the CCTV show? For how much of a distance?
The CCTV is at least a block away from where the incident occurred.
I have a question. Was the victim struck with a bullet?
No, no injuries to the victim or the defendant.
How far away was the victim's vehicle when Mr. McGregor started shooting at him?
They were side by side. So the defendant's vehicle was on the right-hand side in the right lane, and the victim vehicle was on the left side in the left lane.
Wait, the defendant was on the right side or the left side?
Defendant was on the right side, victim was on the left side. So they were side by side at the intersection.
Thank you.
So Judge, I'd actually find no probable cause for count one. It's clear that there's no intent to kill anyone at best. If you were to agree with the officer's version of what is seen on the video, there would be probable cause for shooting or throwing a deadly missile or aggravated assault with a firearm, but nothing with regard to attempted murder. If he's that close side by side, it would be much easier to strike someone. There's nothing indicating he struck anyone. In fact, the officer indicated the alleged victim was not hit.
And officer, detective, excuse me, how many bullets went into the victim's vehicle? If you recall?
Yes, about 5. So on the passenger side of the vehicle, 5 projectiles hit the passenger side, and 2 hit the windshield as they were coming from the passenger side to the front windshield of the vehicle. So one of them deadly, one of the projectiles hit the driver's side front windshield area.
That's through the passenger side window. So it went through the window to
That's correct. Correct.
All right. State anything else?
No questions, but I believe that there is probable cause in that the defendant was the one who pulled out a gun first, opened fire on the victim.
Okay. Anything else, Miss Cory, for detective?
No, Judge.
I already entered the stay away order from the victim earlier today. This is Scott Brett. I am finding probable cause for all the charges. Although there's no value for the criminal mischief. Count 1, there's probable cause for attempted second-degree murder. I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention. I'm holding with no bond. Count 2, there is probable cause for use of a firearm while committing a felony. I'll set that at, it's a necessary element in count 1. Do you want $1? Is $1 okay, Ms. Eth, or are you seeking $1,000?
Yes.
$1 okay.
Good.
Count 3, criminal mischief while armed. There's no value. However, it's an armed criminal mischief, so that will be $2,500. And then count 4, there is probable cause for throwing or shooting a deadly missile. That's $7,500. So you're going to have to go before the division judge tomorrow. That's Judge Delancey in courtroom 6-3, and you'll see that judge who will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention.
Your Honor, I have account 5.
Account 5, I forgot one. Possession of a firearm in violation of an injunction. There's probable cause for that charge as well. Count 5 is that a 500 or 1,000? I don't know. I'll set it at $500.
$500.
$500 for count 5. Now we're done. Thank you, detective, for coming in. There was a few issues for probable cause. That's why we brought you in. Thank you for coming in to clarify it. All right. Have a nice day. Are there any other lawyers here that I've missed? Mr. Hassan, just right in front of me. Thank you. Do you have Freddie Medina, please? Is that the case you're here for? Page 3?
It is. It is, Judge. My apologies, Judge.
How are you today?
I'm doing quite well. Yourself, Judge?
All right. All right.
Judge, I had logged on earlier. My apologies. I was in federal court, so.
No worries. We started late today anyway. It was a big calendar. Good afternoon, Mr.
Interpreter, please.
Good afternoon. You were arrested for 2 counts of grand theft, a second-degree felony, owning or operating a chop shop, grand theft of a vehicle, and possession of a vehicle with an altered identification.
Buenas tardes, señor. Usted fue arrestado por 2 cargos por hurto de mayor cuantía, un cargo de tener o mantener un taller clandestino, 2 cargos por hurto de mayor cuantía de vehículos y 2 cargos por alteración de identificación de vehículos.
Your attorney is present. Mr. Hassan, would you like to say hello to your clients and announce the name again for the record?
Good afternoon, Mr. Medina. Naib San on behalf of Mr. Medina. Buenas tardes, Freddy.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
So, Mr. Hassan, do you have any argument regarding probable cause?
Judge, I have an
Abogado,
argument
si
as to
tiene alegatos con respecto a motivo fundado.
I have an objection regarding the chop shop argument, Judge. As to there's nothing within the four corners of the affidavit that would support a chop shop. As to the other counts, I believe there is probable cause as to them, Judge.
Su señoría, tengo objeción con respecto al cargo del taller clandestino o el desguace. No veo que exista nada que apoye esa teoría en la affidavit de arresto. En cuanto a los otros cargos, hallo que sí, digo que sí existe motivo fundado.
If you look at the legal definition of a chop shop, it includes a building and there needs to be, I'm sorry, 2 or more stolen motor vehicles present. I think there's enough.
Si uno mira la definición legal de lo que es un taller clandestino, dice que tiene que incluir un edificio y tiene que haber 2 o más vehículos robados, o sea que yo digo que sí hay suficiente.
I'm just reviewing this again.
Lo estoy revisando.
Mr. Medina, please do not make any statements whatsoever. I see a hesitation. Please do not make any statements whatsoever.
Señor
They
Medina, por
track-
favor, no diga nada, no tiene que hablar en este momento.
They tracked a stolen excavator to his warehouse and they found other stolen vehicles and I guess construction.
Without,
Rastrearon una excavadora a una bodega y ahí encontraron otros vehículos
they had
robados.
trailers there and other parts without identification numbers on them. So I think there would be probable cause for operating a chop shop.
Encontraron un tráiler con repuestos ahí sin identificación, entonces hallo que sí existe motivo fundado para un taller clandestino.
I'm setting a bond. Count 1, grand theft, a second-degree felony. There's 2 counts of that. It's $7,500 bond for count 1 and $7,500 bond for count 2.
Por el cargo número 1 y el cargo número 2 son $7,500 de fianza por cada cargo de hurto de mayor cuantía.
Count 3, operating a chop shop. I'll set that at $1,000.
Cargo número 3, operar un taller clandestino, lo fijo en $1,000 la fianza.
Count 4 and 5, the grand theft is a vehicle. What is that? Different vehicles or the same one?
There's a stolen Honda Accord and a stolen Toyota Corolla.
Para el cargo número, los siguientes 2 cargos, que es hurto de mayor cuantía de vehículos, son 2 vehículos distintos. La fiscal ha dicho que uno es un Honda Accord y otro es un Toyota Corolla.
Second. All right, so, yeah, I see it now, thank you. So counts 4 and 5 will be $2,500 each count.
Cargos número 4 y 5 serán fianzas de $2,500 cada cargo.
And counts 6 and 7, possession of a vehicle with an altered identification number. I'll set that at $1,000 each count.
Y los cargos 6 y 7 son tenencia de un vehículo con identificación alterada. Para eso será fianza de $1,000 cada uno.
Total bond is $23,000, I believe.
Creo que la fianza total es de $23,000.
Have a good attorney. Listen to what he tells you. Thank you so much for coming in, Mr. Hassan.
Tiene un
Have a
buen
good day.
abogado, escuche lo que le dice el abogado, que tenga buen día.
Have a good day, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If I forgot any attorneys, raise your hand. The rest of the people, I don't know who Shania is. She needs something. We'll talk to Shania. Hi, Shania. What do you need? I think you're in the wrong courtroom. Are you here to Zoom by or are you really here for something?
Hello?
Hey, how you doing? What are you here for?
Hey, I'm here for traffic court.
You're in the wrong court. What
Oh,
court?
man. It didn't tell me any court. It gave me a Zoom link and then it never gave me a link. It just gave me a different judges.
You have a ticket number?
1 second. I have 1 second. Let me pull that up again.
It should give you a link.
It gave me a link, but it gave me judges' names. So I don't. I'm gonna give you the ticket number.
What time was court at?
1 o'clock.
Oh, you got that bench warrant already. Tell us which one it is. Maybe we can find him here.
Okay, so The court is, oh, I think it just stopped.
What?
Hold on, it just showed me online that the court that I have is, I guess it's over. It said Redrick.
What's the ticket number?
Okay, the ticket number is AKPUHZE.
AKPU8 what?
HZE.
HCE. Can you run this and we'll see where she's supposed to be? If it's next door, we can tell, maybe find somebody she didn't get a bench for. All right, while we're waiting, you have Christina Thompson. Just sit tight, ma'am. We'll see if we can help you out.
Please.
Hi, Ms. Thompson. You were arrested for battery with a prior conviction and petty theft with a prior conviction. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So she was convicted of battery in case F24-12015. And that was on December 30th of 24. She also has a petty theft conviction. 1 second. And that is B236408 CTS. And that's from, let's see. April 28th of 23.
Don't you need 2 or more convictions of petty theft?
They're charging her with a misdemeanor on count 2.
Sorry. Okay, Meg, so you were arrested for battery with a prior conviction, petty theft with a prior conviction. She's stealing some beer. And then there's a struggle over the beer and she punched the victim in the face. Then she fled.
So it could be an attempted strong arm.
In order to stay away from Monica Santos, the alleged victim, no contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim. Her home, school, and place of employment at all times. Stay away from the Carop Oil at 8700 Northwest 27th Avenue in Miami, Florida. So, I guess.
Requesting a bond. She did 270 days, 207 days last year. She's got a misdemeanor conviction from March, and then there's also an open misdemeanor for petty theft and false name.
I'm going to set a bond. Count 1 is $1,500 for battery with a prior conviction. Count 2, petty theft with a prior conviction, is $500. Good luck to you, ma'am. Any luck with that lady's case? Any luck with Shania's case here? You're still looking? The tickets? What did I do with my paper? I give it to you? Give me, you want to go next? Can you guys give me a second? Who did it? 1 second. Let me see if my friends are next door. I'll be right back. Or a magistrate.
Rebecca, we heard back from Broward on some of the cases if you want to check your laptop.
Awesome, thank you.
No worries.
Hello.
Hey man, the judge is trying to help you out. Just hold tight.
Thank you so much. I see online that that the court already was in session at 139.
Did it failure to appear? Or is it bench warrant? But it's not your appear. Let's fuck with them. Can you get security for me? This door's open and it's raining and I don't even care. Okay. All right, so permission, I found a traffic magistrate who, Ashley, is there any luck?
Yeah. She had 5-4. They get the Zoom IDs.
So here, I'm gonna give you the courtroom 5-4 with the Zoom ID. Go there
Okay.
now, tell them you were with Judge Glazer since whenever, maybe they'll set it aside.
Okay, what's the Zoom meeting call ID?
829
Uh-huh.
680
Eight,
8859.
1 second.
I'm gonna write it in here.
829.
829
Uh-huh.
680
Uh-huh.
859.
8589, right?
829
Uh-huh.
680
Uh-huh.
8859.
8859, right?
Yes. So go
Okay.
there. If not, let's see what I can do afterward, okay?
Okay, I'm gonna call them now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else have a ticket they need to address? Okay, let's go to the next case. We have Ibis Marcel Sequeira, page 1.
Need the Spanish interpreter, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. You were arrested for retail theft. It's from April 8th at Target. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So she came in on a bench
One
warrant.
second, one second. Thank you. Buenas tardes, señora. Usted fue arrestada por un cargo de robo de tiendas del 8 de abril en el Target. Voy a asignarle a los abogados de la Defensoría Pública para que la representen.
She came in on a bench warrant for petty theft and she's got a 60-day sentence from last year requesting a bond.
Estamos solicitando fianza. Ella llegó por una orden de arresto por hurto de menor cuantía después de haber cumplido una sentencia de 60 días. Estamos solicitando que sea
You are ordered to stay away from the Target store at 15005 Southwest 88th Street in Miami, Florida.
Señora, se le está dando la orden de mantenerse alejada del Target que queda en la 15005 Southwest 88 Street de Miami.
Corrections, what happened with her bench warrant?
¿Qué sucedió con la orden de arresto?
She received an RO on a bench warrant, but on her open B259102, she received a bond of $150.
Ella tenía libertad bajo palabra por la orden de arresto, pero en el caso abierto que termina en 9102 recibe una fianza de $150.
Judge, would you consider pretrial services?
Su señoría tomaría en consideración servicios previos al juicio.
I'm looking at priors.
Estoy revisando sus antecedentes.
Sure. Okay.
Cases from 2023.
El caso es del 2023.
Pretrial services, alternate bond. It's $2,500, count 1.
Servicios previo al juicio, fianza alterna $2,500 por el cargo número 1.
Include with pretrial services, what is it, at B259102? What's the alternate, 500?
150.
150?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I included both. Ma'am, you're gonna have 2 separate court dates, one in misdemeanor court and one here in felony court. Make sure to keep both court dates to avoid a future arrest warrant. Have a nice day.
Incluyo fianza alterna por el delito menor de $150. Entonces, señora, recuerde que usted va a tener 2 casos aparte, 2 fechas distintas. Uno es un delito mayor y el otro es un delito menor.
So it's overstates objection.
Okay,
Eso
thank
es con objeción de la fiscalía.
Camera Premio. Good afternoon, ma'am. You were arrested for child neglect. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. This is so sad.
One of the kids was 7, one of the kids was 8, and then the other child is 3.
Fortunately, you had an adult there rescue the 2 children as they're drowning in the lake. So she goes to work and leaves the children unsupervised. That's what's going on. All right,
Judge,
next.
according to the arrest form, the oldest child of hers was going to be the one supervising.
Was that the 8-year-old?
No, that's, I believe it's 18-year-old.
Guess you can't trust the 18-year-old. Momus made a very serious mistake.
So there's no criminal history. It looks like the Evelyn who has the kids is logged on to Zoom.
She's here. We could have her.
Ms. Evelyn, did you want to speak? You can accept it. Yeah, there you go.
Hello.
Hi, who are you?
I'm Evelyn. I'm Tamara's sister. I have the kids with me. I do like to speak because Tamara, this is her first time. It was a mistake, like you say, Judge. It was a mistake. She had her son watch the kids and teenager. He wasn't there and that happened. But she's a great mother and I could vouch for her. She's a great mother. Nothing like that ever happened. And if she could have a chance to see her kids, because they were trying to tell me if I wanna non-visitation, I don't want that because a mother have to have their kids and it was a first time offense. If you could please look into your heart.
So is DCF involved in the case?
There was no DCF. The cops actually, when she called me, I got there at the same time when she was heading home from work, and the cops was telling me that I could take the kids. I could have, well, not custody, but I could be the adult that take the kids. And they didn't call DCF. They didn't call DCF in that moment. So I don't know, DCF haven't contact me. Nobody else haven't contact me. So it's yeah.
There's definitely probable cause for child. Well, I shouldn't say adult son. There may not be probable cause for child neglect, although it could be because maybe the son wasn't an adequate caretaker. State, what do you want me to do? Are you able to keep the kids for a while until the court?
Yes, I have no problem keeping the kids. It was the first time. She would never leave the kids alone. She knows she will never do that. And that was just one time thing that happened. It's a mistake. And
one time for a child to drown and
I get it. I understand. I totally understand. It take one time. Yes, I do understand. I'm not saying but it's just a mistake. It's a mistake, honestly. Please.
No, I understand. So what do you want me to do? Stay supervised visits, okay?
Okay, unless DCF says otherwise.
So ma'am, I'm going to allow you to have only supervised contact with your 3 children whose initials are EP, SP, and MP. So supervised contact is allowed. You cannot be physically threatening or violent towards them. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. In the event there is an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case, then any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact, visitation, and custody shall supersede or replace this court's order. Do you understand the modified stay-away order? So if another court says you can have unsupervised contact, no problem, but right now it's only supervised, okay? So pretrial services, alternate bond, and it's $2,500. So you can get out for free with pretrial. Do you know your sister's phone number by memory? Do
You talking to me?
you know your phone number by memory or no?
I know her number.
Does she know yours?
Some of it, not all of it. No, she does not.
Can you give us your number and your name so pretrial can call you to verify where she lives?
Okay, it's 305-725-2619. Do you need my address also?
No, they'll call you up.
Okay.
What's your name?
Evelyn Germain.
Evelyn Germain. You know, you can't even leave your kids in the bathtub alone because they can always drown in a little bit of water. Never.
Yes.
And don't leave them in a car with the keys in the car either, because then.
No.
All right. Anyway, thank you for coming in. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Give me a second. I just gotta fix up my stay away. While we're waiting, we need Timothy Morris, the next case. You have Timothy Morris? Corrections, last call, Timothy Morris.
He's coming, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for a sexual battery on a physically incapacitated person. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for the charge. Sir, you are ordered to stay. You don't have a stay away order?
I did. I wrote it up as DV and they're related.
You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, the 97-year-old woman whose initials are MM. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the alleged victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, and her home at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a fire, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court. You understand the stay away, sir? So.
Yes, ma'am.
So, state you filed a motion on this as a first-degree felony?
Yep.
So the state filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing pursuant to Florida statute 907.041. And since this crime is a first-degree felony, I'm going to grant the state's motion, hold you at no bond. You will see a judge tomorrow, and that judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. Good day, sir. Next is Johnny Taylor. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for 1 count of strong arm robbery. You're also out on probation on 6 cases, so there's a hold for you to see your division judge tomorrow. And I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
I think the victim's here.
Is the victim here?
Yes. Hello.
Hey, Mr. Edwards.
Raise your right hand.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Edwards. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
Yes.
Put your hand down. Thank you. What is your name?
Antonio Edwards.
Are you afraid of Johnny Taylor?
No, ma'am.
You want the court to enter an order requiring Mr. Taylor to stay away from you.
No, ma'am.
Has anybody forced you or threatened you to come to court today to make this statement?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Edwards?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Corey, any questions?
No, Judge.
All right. Give me a moment just to review for probable cause.
Forcibly remove the phone from his hand. No objection to setting maybe a $1,500 bond. The problem is he's out on probation and he's got to see his judge tomorrow.
I would ask if you would consider not holding.
He's a VFOS
Yeah.
with the robbery.
I'm required to. All right, so sir, I'm entering a modified stay away order from the alleged victim, Antonio Edwards. You are allowed to have contact with Mr. Edwards. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards him in any manner whatsoever. So only friendly, nonviolent contact is allowed. Also, do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the modified stay away order? Only friendly, nonviolent contact is permitted.
Yes.
All right, I'll set his bond at $1,000. So you'll see the judge tomorrow. It's going to be courtroom 3-4, and that judge can address the hold.
Are the charges dropped on the strong arm?
The state attorney drops the charges, not, so you'll meet with the state attorney's office, and we'll take your testimony and we'll make the decision whether or not to file.
Yeah, it's not up to this court. It's up to the state whether or not they're going to file an information, formal charges. Okay. Have a good day.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have Chanel Baker, page 2. Good afternoon, Mr. Baker.
Can you pass Curtis? Curtis Green.
Yes, oh, I passed him. Curtis Green. Sorry, Mr. Green. How you doing? That's not Mr. Green.
Mr. Green? Mr. Green's here now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Green. You were arrested for strong arm robbery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So this is by the marshals downtown.
Right, so it's the defendant and the co-defendants. It looks like they're here on vacation. They got into a dispute over some scooters they rented, and the victim didn't want to give them back the deposit because of some alleged damage. I believe the victim may be present. See. He was here at some point. I don't think he's still here.
Okay. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from Ditson Contreras, the alleged victim. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and stay at least 500 feet away from their home, school, and place of employment at all times. All right, there's probable cause for strong arm robbery. Do they have any, please, any priors?
I don't have his criminal history, so I don't know.
He's not looking for trouble. They're just trying to get their money back, but whatever. They didn't have a legal right to it. I'll set a bond. Is 2,500 okay, state? Any objection if I lower it?
To you, Judge.
Ms. Cory, anything you want to say?
Judge, as I understand it, Mr. Green does not have any priors. I would ask if you would be able to reduce it even further.
I'll set his bond at $1,500.
Thank you.
Just stay away from the victim, sir. Have a nice day. Next is Chanel Baker, page 2. Hold for F25-2116. Can we move this along? I forgot I have a dentist appointment today. I'm never going to make it. It's kill me. Correction, can you please line him up or I'm going to find somebody else to help me cover?
Mr. Baker's present.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession with intent to sell cocaine, possession with intent to sell MDMA, and resisting an officer without violence. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for counts 1, count 2, and count 3. I guess because he ran. At 7,500, count 1, $7,500, count 2, 500, count 3. You'll see your judge tomorrow for your open felony case. Have a good day.
So I can't burn that?
Got to see the judge tomorrow. Next is Renee Verdesia, page 3.
Your Honor, for Mr. Baker, may I please have that case seized out on felony bond?
May I have the 8 form back, please? It's F25-2116. Is that him?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have is Renee Verdesia, page 3. Hold for F25-1830. I'm really begging you guys to line him up. Good afternoon, Mr. Verdesia. English or Spanish? English, okay? Sir, you were arrested for possession of crystal meth and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for the charge. It's $1,000 bond count 1 and 500 count 2. Have a nice day. You'll see your judge tomorrow. Next is Daniel O'Neill. I gotta move it along. This is Mr. who? De La Rosa?
Mr. O'Neill will waive reading the check.
Hi, Mr. O'Neill. All right, you got arrested for a bunch of serious charges. I will, can you afford to hire an attorney?
Or to hire attorney.
No, Judge.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Okay. Okay, anyway, there's probable cause for the charges. State anything you want to say? I mean, Ms. Cory, anything you can say? No. So as to count 1, the state filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing pursuant to Florida statute 907.041, and I'm granting that motion. It's no bond for count 1. Count 2 is $7,500 and count 3, $7,500. So, sir, you'll see a judge tomorrow, and that judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. Good day, sir.
Count two is 2,500 or 7,500?
Sorry, count two should be 2,500, 7,500. Thank you, Ms. Corey. This gets a stamp. Alan De La Rosa, page 4.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for domestic battery by strangulation and false imprisonment. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenas tardes, señor. Usted fue arrestado por un cargo de agresión física, de violencia doméstica
There is probable cause for the charges.
y por detención ilegal. Sí existe motivo fundado por los cargos. Voy a asignar el abogado de la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Nurka Camejo.
Señor, se le da la orden de mantenerse alejado de la presunta víctima, Nurka Camejo.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con esa persona directa o indirectamente. No puede tener contacto en persona, por escrito, por teléfono o a través de terceros.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima a través de medios sociales u otros medios electrónicos.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Y debe mantenerse a una distancia de al menos 500 pies de donde esté la víctima, donde viva, trabaja o estudia en todo momento.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No puede involucrarse en ningún tipo de actividad delictiva y no puede usar o poseer drogas ilícitas.
And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No puede usar, portar, comprar o tener armas de fuego, munición, ningún tipo de arma.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court.
Debe entregar de inmediato cualquier tipo de arma de fuego, munición o permiso para portar armas ocultas a la policía y entregar el recibo en la corte.
Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
¿Usted ha entendido la orden de alejamiento, señor?
Señora.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
Count 1, battery by strangulation is $5,000. Count 2, false imprisonment. I'll make that $1,000. Have a good day.
Estoy fijándole fianza, la fianza por el primer cargo, que es agresión física con estrangulamiento, fianza de $5,000 y por detención ilegal es una fianza de $1,000. Que tenga buen día.
Case is Luis Hernandez Gonzalez. Page 4.
I don't know if the victim is here.
I'm sorry, on his traffic, he received a bond of $2,000 for each case.
Thank you.
I don't know if the victim is here, Mr. Castano. If so, can you raise your hands?
Si la víctima está aquí, el señor Castaño, que levante la mano.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for an attempted armed robbery with a weapon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Spanish, please.
Buenas tardes, señor. Usted fue arrestado por intento de robo armada con arma. Voy a asignarle a los abogados de la Defensoría Pública para que lo representen.
Which I don't know if it's an attempt or not.
Su señoría, no sé si será intento o no.
It is an attempt. They didn't get the watches.
Si fue intento, no obtuvieron los relojes.
They were holding him down.
But it says that Hernandez
Detenido.
Gonzalez grabbed the watch from the victim's hands.
Dice que Hernández González agarró el reloj de la mano de la víctima
and began examining the watch.
y comenzó a mirar el reloj.
Removed another watch. Defendant produced a black can of pepper spray. So you're saying they had the watch?
But it's unclear. I received information that the victim, Mr. Castano, may want to be present. If he's here on Zoom, he could potentially clarify.
Y retiró otro reloj también. Entonces dice que el acusado sacó un spray, pimienta, pero la fiscal ha dicho que no está muy claro aquí, pero tengo entendido que la víctima, el señor Castaño, iba a estar presente. Si está presente aquí, que
So
se
you are ordered
haga.
to stay away from the alleged victims, Jonathan Castano and Sebastian Roca.
Señor, se le da la orden de mantenerse alejado de Jonathan Castaño y Sebastián Roja.
No contact with these alleged victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con estas personas directa o indirectamente, en persona, por escrito, por teléfono o a través de terceros.
And no contact with the victims through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con las víctimas a través de medios sociales u otros medios electrónicos.
You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Debe mantenerse a una distancia de al menos 500 pies de las víctimas, de donde viven, estudian y trabajan en todo momento.
All right, so I'm finding probable cause.
Would we pass the case to see if I can get in touch with the detective?
¿Podemos pasar el caso? No. No.
I'm not passing it.
Or we can reset it tomorrow for PCH.
Entonces, si lo podemos pasar para el día de mañana.
It depends on whether or not he gets a bond. It's important.
Para ver si existe motivo fundado.
Hold him, I'll reset it tomorrow for probable cause.
Thank you.
Y lo pueden dejar detenido hasta mañana para ver si existe motivo
And if
fundado.
I hear back sooner that's an attempt, I'll let you know, Judge.
Si puedo averiguar si fue intento, entonces se lo dejo saber, su señoría.
Reset for PCH tomorrow. Lubens Morissette is next. 3 cases. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for 3 cases: possession with intent to sell cocaine, possession with intent to sell MDMA, possession of drug paraphernalia. And then you have 2 other cases: grand theft, armed robbery. We'll go case by case. I'm appointing the public defender's office for you. On F-25-8835, that's the possession of cocaine and MDMA and drug paraphernalia. Pipe with resident. MDMA and then cocaine, other pipe with cocaine. There's probable cause. On F-25-8835, it's $2,500 count 1, $2,500 count 2, and $500 count 3. Now, the next case, F-25-8834, you're charged with grand theft of a vehicle, a first-degree felony, carrying a concealed firearm, it says by an unauthorized alien, and resisting an officer without violence. So let me review this one.
I didn't see any value for the vehicle.
Okay. This is from February 13th. All right, so there's probable cause for grand theft of a vehicle, a third-degree felony. What's this?
Count 2, the police say that they saw the shotgun tucked between the driver's seat and center console, so it appears to be not concealed, Judge.
He's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm because he's not a U.S. citizen, I guess. Is that what it is? Or an unauthorized alien? Count 1, grand theft of a vehicle is $2,500. Count 2, I'm going to find probable cause for the charge. It's $1,000. And count 3, resisting without violence, is $500. And then the last case, the state filed a motion for pretrial detention. So it's from February 13th. You're charged with armed robbery with a firearm or deadly weapon and armed burglary. So let's see. The victim is a clerk. that attends a drive-through window at the Checkers restaurant. And the other victims, 2 and 3, are employees. So victim returns with their order. This is at 2 a.m, and he brandishes a shotgun. Gets out of the driver's side door, tells victim to leave the window, goes inside, climbs inside the business to the drive-through window, and took an unknown amount of cash from the open register. And the victims 2 and 3 hid inside a rear office. He wore a face mask during the commission of a robbery. There's CCTV inside the business that captured the incident. He confessed to committing the armed robbery and identified himself as the masked suspect. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victims, Andy Benjamin, Erica Jean, and Maribel St. Bill. No contact with these alleged victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And stay at least 500 feet away from their home, school, and place of employment, and stay out of the Checkers restaurant at 13495 Northwest 7th Avenue in Miami, Florida. The state filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing pursuant to Florida Statute 907.041. And since armed robbery and armed burglary are considered dangerous crimes, I'm granting the state's motion for pretrial detention as to both counts and holding you no bond. You'll see a judge tomorrow. That judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. Have a nice day, soon. Next is Sylvester Lewis.
Mr. Lewis refused once again, Your Honor.
Ms. Court, you want to waive his presence or reset it?
You're on Mr. Lopez or Mr. Lewis?
No, Sylvester Lewis. I have to reset it. It's domestic, no?
Oh, he refused. I didn't hear that.
He refused, but we'll set it tomorrow. Then we have Orlando Puentes Reyes.
English, Spanish interpreter, please.
Sir, you were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Señor, usted fue arrestado por acometimiento con agravantes, con arma mortal. Voy a asignarle a los abogados de la Defensoría Pública para que lo representen.
So, public defender's office is appointed. There's probable cause for the charge.
Se le han asignado los abogados de oficio para que lo representen y si existe motivo fundado.
Your Honor,
Sir.
fugitive from Monroe County being held no bond.
Su señoría, él está requerido en el condado de Monroe sin fianza.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Antonio Lemus Lopez.
Señora, usted se le da la orden de mantenerse alejado de la presunta víctima, Antonio Lemus López.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con la presunta víctima directa o indirectamente, en persona, por escrito, por teléfono o a través de terceros.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima a través de medios sociales u otros medios electrónicos.
Must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Y debe mantenerse a una distancia de al menos 500 pies de la víctima, de donde vive, estudia y trabaja en todo momento.
So I got to set a bond. It's $5,000, and once you post the bond, and then he's being held no bond on the warrant from Monroe.
Yes, Your Honor.
Once you post the bond on this case, then you'll be ready to go to Monroe County to deal with your other open warrant, with your open warrant.
Bien, entonces se le pone una fianza de $5,000 y una vez que usted haya pagado la fianza, el condado de Monroe lo requiere, o sea que tendría que esperar a que se lo lleven para allá.
Next
Que
we
tenga
have
buen día.
Davis. You're here for him. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Yes,
There's probable cause for the charge. Who are you?
Julio Murillo.
Okay, one second. Hey.
Brother-in-law.
Yes, sir. There's probable cause for the charge. So what did you want to say, sir?
No, no.
I'm setting a bond and it's $7,500. Okay, you can bond him out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, your friend's here. Who are you?
Julio Murillo,
Your
brother-in-law. His
Your
brother-in-law.
brother-in-law is here, so you can bond him out, $7,500. Have a good day. Thank you. I'm sorry about the wait.
Judge, I spoke to the detective. It was an attempt.
Can we bring him back, the one for the PCH? What was his name?
It was Hernandez Gonzalez.
You know it was. I'll just do bond plus house arrest. Is he still there? Can you bring in Hernandez Gonzalez back?
They're gonna have to go get him, Your Honor. They took him back.
All right, yeah, if you bring him back, that'll be helpful. Next we have is Alex DeMarcus.
Oh, Judge, he's here. They're getting.
Okay.
And we'll need the Spanish interpreter, please.
All right, good afternoon, sir. I brought you back because the state told me they spoke with the detective and it is an attempted armed robbery with a weapon.
Bien, señor, lo trajimos nuevamente porque la fiscalía habló con el detective y sí es intento de robo armado con arma.
So I'm doing a bond, $7,500 bond plus house arrest, level 3 house arrest.
Entonces le estoy imponiendo una fianza de $7,500 más arresto domiciliario nivel 3.
And it's curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Tiene toque de queda de 11 de la noche a 6 de la mañana.
All right, so you can bond out of jail for $7,500. Stay away from the victims.
Entonces usted puede salir de la cárcel pagando la fianza y tiene que mantenerse alejado de las víctias que le dije anteriormente. Que tenga buen día.
Next case is Alex DeMarcus, page 9.
The dispute over the scooters.
The scooters. Good afternoon, Mr. DeMarcus. You were arrested for strong arm robbery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
I do see prior arrests out of
There's
Texas.
probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Ditson Contreras. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. What'd you say? There's prior
Does
arrest?
have some criminal history out of Texas. I see a conviction for carrying a concealed weapon or unlawfully carrying a weapon. Other arrests.
Bond at $1,500. Hopefully you can bond out. I lowered it for him. Have a nice day. Next is Brandon Bussey. Page 9. I don't know who was asking me for a lower bond. I don't think I can lower it for the gun charge anyway. Mr. Bussey, sir, you were arrested for strong arm robbery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Again, the motor scooters, he does have priors out of Texas. I see a conviction for our equivalent of uttering a forged instrument of domestic violence. A conviction for carrying a concealed weapon.
I asked for the same bond, Judge.
Okay, sir, you are ordered to stay away from Ditson Contreras, the alleged victim. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment. Your bond, I'll set it at $1,500. Have a good day. Next is Maximus Reyes, page 9.
Qualify for pretrial.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession of THC, possession of cannabis, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for all charges. How long have you lived in Miami?
For about 3 years now, Judge.
Okay. Pretrial services, alternate bond. $1,000 count one, unless you want me to do 500 each count. You have 2 grams of marijuana.
Would you consider an ROR, Judge?
I'm not living here long enough. $1,000 pretrial alternate, $1,000 count one. I'll do ROR count 2 and count 3. Grinder? Count 3 is $500. You can either post a bond or get out for free with pretrial. Have a nice day. Deontay Green is next. Page 9. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for domestic battery by strangulation and tampering with a victim. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me review.
Your Honor, on his traffic, he received a $500 bond.
Okay. I mean, there's probable cause for the charge. Just tampering would be of what?
Should be a 3rd-degree felony charge instead of second.
Okay. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Leone. Is that her name? Leone, Correa, and Martine Hannah. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and follow receipt with the court. You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer. so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away order?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. I'll set a bond. I guess
No prior record, would you consider pre-trial?
4,000 count one and 1,000 count two. I reduced it somewhat. Stay away from her. Next case is Roberto Martinez, page 10. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for strong arm robbery and possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for strong arm robbery.
Not sure how long he's been in Miami requesting a bond.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are JJ. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, the victim's home, school, or place of employment at all times. So I'll set a bond, $7,500 count one and $1,000 count two. Have a nice day.
What was count two?
I did $1,000. Next is Ronaldo Urquiga Rodriguez, page 10.
Judge, Mr. Martinez can only afford a $5,000 bond. Would you be able to reduce it to 500 to 5,000 total?
No.
The
There's anywhere else?
He does have, I see a history, it looks like out of Texas. Not sure how long he's been in Miami.
I'm not inclined to lower it. It's violent. It happened April 30th. All right. That's fine. I'll set 4,000 count one and 1,000 count two. That's fine. At least stay out of trouble. All right, next we have is Ronaldo Orquiga.
Spanish, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
INS.
Okay, sir, you were arrested for possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Señor, usted fue arrestado por tenencia de cocaína. Voy a asignar a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen.
Okay, we were told earlier he was a bond out, but he couldn't bond out because he has an immigration hold.
Nos habían dicho anteriormente que había salido bajo fianza, pero no pudo salir bajo fianza porque tiene una detención de inmigración.
There's probable cause for the charge. Your bond is $2,500. Have a nice day.
Si existe motivo fundado por los cargos, su fianza queda en $2,500. Que tenga buen día.
Thank you. Next is Donovan Newbold, page 10.
Bond out.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you. Hector Calixto. Wasn't there an attorney here earlier looking for Hector?
For a Hector, but I don't know if it was this one. Pre-trial should be okay.
All right. We'll find out. The next one, that's this one. Thank you.
Spanish, please.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called crystal meth. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenas tardes, señor. Usted fue arrestado por un cargo de tenencia de una sustancia regulada llamada Crystal Meth. Voy a asignarle a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen.
All right, there is probable cause for the charge.
Si existe motivo fundado por los cargos.
Pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500.
Servicios previo al juicio, fianza alterna, $2,500.
Have a nice day, sir.
Que tenga buen día, señor.
And we have the last one on the calendar, Stephen Green. And then we have the
more fugitives left.
I know, we got the in-state warrants.
Mr. Green is present.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, false imprisonment, and battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Is there a victim in court, or we don't know? You want to look and see? So he had a golf club over his shoulder, and he was advancing towards her with the golf club over her shoulder in a threatening manner.
Requesting a bond plus house arrest.
Is that because of the prior domestics he has, the history?
Right, so he was in prison under the alias Stephen Poole for almost 10 years on a domestic.
What's that?
Judge, I think she might be here.
Okay.
No, and I didn't go to prison.
Is the victim here, the victim here in this case? If so, raise your hand on Zoom and we'll promote you. I don't see her here. Nobody's responding.
She's signed in, Judge. She's joining now.
Thank you. Lucky you guys do the Zoom and not me, because that would be a mess if it's this one.
You can turn on your video and unmute, please.
Hello.
There we go.
Ma'am, can you put on your video, please, so we can see you and swear you in?
I don't know how to do that. Oh, wait, hold on.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Your right hand, your other hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
Yes.
Thank you. Put your hand down. What is your name, please?
Samora Thompson.
All right. Are you afraid of Stephen Green?
No.
Do you want the court to enter an order requiring him to stay away from you?
Can you repeat that?
You want to stay? Do you want him to stay away from you? Do you want a cooling off period?
And how long is the cooling off period?
Until a judge modifies the stay away order.
I'm sorry, because I have 2 kids and I really do need help with my kids.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to see how long is the stay away order, but I do need time to myself though.
Until another judge modifies that order and changes it. Look at him, he's upset now. You gotta be, I don't know, maybe have you two tried counseling? Have you gone to church? Or
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I think he really do need that. He need counseling. He need help. I know he loved his family, and I know he loved me, but he really needs some help, like he do. And I've been telling him that he needs it. And in me forcing it, it ain't gonna happen. If it's an order, he ain't have no choice.
You guys live together?
Yes, we was living together.
Are the kids his?
Yes, both of them. I have a 2-month-old and I have 11 years old. Well, my 2 months, she just turned 3 months today. And I just went back to work today. I really didn't have no one to help me with my kids, but I left them with someone, and my son went to school. I do, like I said, I do need the break. I do need the separation for right now. But in the meantime, after that, for a while, I need help with my kids.
So what you can do is that you can always go before the division judge who can modify the stay away order. It's up to the judge to do that. Do you have any other family there that can help you, or?
Yeah, I do.
Good. So I'll do a stay away order for cooling off period. Sir, Mr. Green, I'm going to order that you stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are SDT. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. You may return to the victim's residence. You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you okay if third-party contact when you see the children? Ma'am?
You talking to me?
You okay to do an exchange for the child or your older child through a third party?
And what is third party, ma'am? Can you explain this to me?
So like if you had like your mom or something drop off the kids, is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
Okay, for the newborn too, or just the older one?
Maybe.
Third-party contact is permitted for exchange of a child or children, and it won't be a violation of the state law. What do you want me to do in terms of his release? Does he have somewhere else to stay? You want house arrest with an alternate bond?
Judge, he does have another place to stay. Would you consider
ma'am.
even pretrial, Judge?
Not with this history. I'll do house arrest with a GPS monitor, alternate bond. It's going to be 4,000 count one. I don't know, 1,000 count two and 1,000 count three. So it's house arrest. So you can either get out for free with house arrest or post the bond of $6,000, level 3 house arrest. And I'm gonna do a curfew 11. What time does he work?
What I do, Miss Blazer, I was working with this dude named Mr. Dre, and what I did was I took the little bit of money that I did have, because he only paid me $50 a day. So I took the money and I invested in like little lawn equipment and barber equipment. So I thought,
You can go cut grass and do that, no problem. It's house arrest with a GPS. warrant with house arrest for free. It's level 3 house arrest. Doing a curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Sir, maybe the PD's office even can refer you for some counseling, okay? I think she's willing to take you back, but there can't be any violence in the home. It's not, it's not a safe place to raise children when in a volatile relationship. So speak to your lawyer. They can always set this down to modify the stay away order in a few weeks when things calm down. I think you need to try counseling, okay? Thank you so much, ma'am. Have a nice day. All right, now the in-state warrants I need to do. Did this lady get her thing set aside? Can you run it? Let's see this ticket. HKBUHZE. Did she get it sent?
And Judge, we have next Mr. Stewart from the in-state calendar.
Hi, Mr. Stewart. Any, almost 4. Any luck?
Yes, luck with both.
I don't know.
So on Mr. Stewart, on his warrant, he had no bond for count 1 and no bond for count 3. The state is asking for 5,000 per count. Count 3 was already in there for $500.
So you got to put all counts in, okay?
Yes. He wants, the state wants him to not return to the business and to have no contact with the witnesses. The business is Brandsmart at 3381 Southwest 42nd Street in Hollywood, Florida. And the witness to not have any contact with, the only person I saw in the arrest affidavit, in the public cause affidavit, is Luis Manuel Gonzalez.
All right, so sir, I'll set a bond. Count 1 is $5,000. Count 2 is $5,000. Count 3 is already set. It's $500. Stay away from the Brandsmart business and the witnesses in this case. And do you have his correct address for the order?
1 moment. Yes, I have it, and I'll put it in the court order. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I need a plug, please. My battery's going to shut down.
And she looked up the citation and nothing has been updated in CJS as of yet.
Oh, poor lady.
It's all super team mode.
Say which judge issued the plug up here, or is it a judge or a magistrate?
Still said failure to appear.
Did it say who entered it? Or was it judge or magistrate? Can you ask your clerks you had there to reset it again because they were in this courtroom to do another court tape? All right, so I'll do that. A reset date is May 16th. Total bond is $10,500 with the reset date of May 16th.
And this is Tmaine Brown.
Well, I'm sorry. This is Mr. Brown. Pardon me.
This one is Mr. Brown.
Wait, this is Mr. Who was the other case? Was who? Mr. Stewart?
Yes, that was Mr. Stewart. He just walked out.
All right, thank you. This is now Mr. Tmaine Brown. What's going on with Mr.
So with
Brown?
Mr. Brown, on the warrant, it already had count 1 as 2,500.
Right.
We were looking at the bond on count 2, and the state indicated that they are asking for a $5,000 bond.
Okay. All right. You have his address?
I have confirmed his address and I will have it in the court order, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Or reset May 16th. Total bond is $7,500, $2,500 count 1, $5,000 count 2. Make sure to put both counts in there. Is there anybody else that reset or is that it?
Nope, that's it. Thank you, Judge.
So what's the bond?
I'll see you Monday.
Oh, have a good weekend.
Good
Thank
weekend.
you.
You send the orders over right away though, please? I gotta go. Anyway, that's it for the calendar. Have a nice day, everybody.
Bye-bye, Judge.